Hello everyone, welcome to the International Computer Club, a fellowship which will reach across borders and oceans and allow folks from all around the globe to share their passion and joy for classic computers, consoles, and retro gaming. Hello everyone! Welcome to another edition of the International Computer Club. We've got an all-star cast. We've got a packed show. We're going to get right into it. Let's have a look around the horn and see who we've got this week on the International Computer Club. We'll start to the, if you're upper left, our good buddy from the 10-minute Amiga Retrocast, our good pal, Doug. What's going on, Doug?
Buddy, great to be here again. This is going to be a great show.
All right, man. Next, you know him, you love him. And my partner in crime, John, Boat of Car Schaller. What's going on, Boat?
Good evening, one and all.
Very, very good, very good. Right past Boat, a man who I hold dear as a fellow sketchy tech, crazy mad scientist, Chris Edwards. What's going on, Chris?
How you doing? Thanks for having me back.
Very good, very good. A booze in hand. Very good. Now, to his immediate left, far right on our screen, our good pal. Say hello to Dave Velociraptor.
Good evening, folks. I hope you're having a great night.
I see your cat said hello too back there, that huge cat you got.
He'll come and go all night. He'll come and go all night.
Speaking of huge, crazy animals, that leads me to my next friend, my good buddy, leader of the menagerie, the master of 3D printing, David Z. What's going on, Dave?
Good evening, everybody.
Very good.
Happy Saturday.
Very good, very good. Coming up next, the king in his castle, the main man. Give it up for Edvin Helland. What's going on, Edvin?
Not much. Some Amiga stuff.
Very good, very good. Hey, we're going to do a lot of Amiga stuff, my friend. To his right, or left, depending on how you look at it, the man with the plan, the drummer extraordinaire, our good personal friend, Graham W. Woebcke. What's going on, Graham?
Live from tomorrow. It's Sunday morning here.
We're taking this in the future. Next to him, one of the main men, the leader of the game division of the CoCo, among other things. Give it up for Curtis Boyle. What's up, Curtis?
Hello, everyone. Glad to be on the show again.
Very good. Down a row to the far left, our good friend, our good pal, Mitsuyama. What's up, Mitz?
Good evening, everyone. Looking forward to everyone's presentations tonight. Should be interesting.
Yeah, very good, man. Now, speaking of the CoCo, the King Dong of CoCo. There he is. The original gamer, Stevie Strow. What's up, Stevie?
I resemble that remark.
Yeah.
I want to say hi. Hey, Graham Woebcke, I have never seen you in person. Nice to see you, man. And thanks for having me, guys. Yeah, I'm a CoCo dude, among other things. I've been called worse.
Very good. Now, a man we all know and love, magazine entrepreneur, singing sensation, man about town. Give it up for Pixels of Dawn.
Greetings and salutations, everyone. Good
Very
to be here
good.
as usual.
Very good. And then down at the bottom, certainly not, last but certainly not least, our good friend, programming genius, Nick Marentes. What's going on, Nick?
Good day, everyone, from the land down under.
Very good.
Seems appropriate I am at the bottom end of the list on the screen. So
Totally planned. Totally planned. So we got a packed show tonight. We're not going to waste anybody's time. We're going to get right into the sucker. We are going to start off tonight with a little presentation from our good buddy, Dave Velociraptor. Dave, take it away, my friend.
Hi, folks. I'm going to show you what I'm just finishing off, which is my retro room and the little room linked to it. So it's just a video, and I'll talk over the top of it, explain what's there. There's a few things I think are interesting. Hopefully you'll agree. So let me get this set up and started, and hopefully I won't have to pad this out anymore before I actually start to share it. I'm great at technology. This is marvelous. Here we go. So you should now see it.
Bingo. You're
Can you
on.
see it? Can you see it full screen? Nice and
Yes,
large?
yes, very good.
So this is the first thing here is my Mister. I think Mister's great. You can see I've got a nice Trinitron telly there for it, and that's the new thing that I've got from Mister, which is RMC's new Mister multi-system and one of the beta testers. So that particular one there is Alpha 007 unit.
Ooh.
There's a nice control there with nice Sanwa parts in it. There's the old Mister there. Nothing wrong with the old Mister. The new one's I think's better. You can see there, it's nice and neat. Stuff comes out the back rather than all the sides. Next is my Amstrad setup. That's a proper Amstrad CRT. Really great quality CRT. I don't think we realised at the time. Amstrad sold the CRT with the computer so that you didn't then have to use the family telly or you didn't have to get bought one. That's a kind of a failed console that Amstrad did, the GX 4000, which it's nice to have. There's a few things on it now, but back in the day it wasn't that great. Didn't really work well. So that's the GX 4000 just talking about. And next on to an uncommon Amstrad. So this is a CPC 664. They only made something like 50,000 of these out of the 3 million Amstrads that they sold. Yeah, it's a 464 with a floppy drive on it. They very quickly moved up to the 6128, which is more memory on it.
Yeah.
Next is the Commodore setup. Nothing special about this particular one. Just
everything special about a Commodore. I'm sorry.
It's the disk drive and just the breadbin Commodore. I'm going to do a 60 clone on it though. That's the new board for it. This is my to-be Amiga setup. That's a Gateway 17-inch CRT, which I've got new. There was a batch of them went on new old stock. There's a little Amiga Addict sticker. I don't know if anyone's heard of Amiga Addict. And that is a Checkmate, which you can see is still in the cellophane because I've done nothing with it at all. What's going to go in there is an Amiga 500 plus. I have one that's had some VARTA damage, so I'm going to transplant the custom chips and do a whole new build on Rob's, or Bob's Bits is the name of his store. He does the Amiga plus, so that'll go in there along with a GBS control, and I'll get a lovely Amiga set up there in black.
Very nice.
Next is something that broke today. This is my. That's it did. I went to turn it on at the back, and the power switch in the monitor is now humped. So what you can't see is that it's held in with with duct tape. This is this is my Atari Mega STE.
Ooh.
So you've heard of the Atari Mega ST, and you've heard of the Atari ST, and then the STE. This is the very last one in the lineup. This is a nice Atari monitor. They're not common, the 14-inch ones either. So this is the final one in the lineup, the Mega STE.
That is sharp.
And it comes with a built-in hard drive. But the main thing it does, apart from being big box format rather than just the all-in-one wedge, the big thing it does is it has a selectable speed CPU. So you can go from 8 megahertz, which is what I don't know if Amiga folks know, but the Atari ST is faster than Amiga. It runs at 8 megahertz. That's why it's better. But this one you can select whether it's 16 megahertz or 8 megahertz. So it was back in the day kind of an accelerated one, so it was nice to have that. Nice to have that extra bit of speed when you're doing 3D games or something like that, something like Corporation or so on, or Stunt Car Racer or Driller, like I've got up on the screen there. Just makes it a little bit nicer. And you can actually see an arcader joystick there as well. These are modern joysticks. They're actually really good. It's a competition pro style.
Yeah.
It's great. It once you use that and then go back to a zip stick, no, you want to use this. It's great. And there's an individual auto fire for each of the fire buttons, and you can choose whether it's one fire button, whether it's, I think, up to jump is an option, and whether it's 2 buttons.
Looks like a Wyco stick a little bit.
Yeah, that's my modern PC, which nobody's interested in. This is a 21-inch Iliama monitor for my PC setups. I have a really complicated PC setup here. That's a 386. There's joysticks everywhere. That's a KVM to which 5 PCs are connected. I've got a 386, I've got a Pentium MMX, I've got a Pentium 3, I've got a Pentium 4, and I've got an AMD X6, and they're all connected up through there, sharing the same keyboard and mouse. You can see them down there. There's a bit of a mess. That's a MIDI setup as well. There is an MT32 and there's also that MT100. Nice. The MT100 is the MT32 with a built-in saving mechanism to disk. You see them all in there.
Your own power grid for all this?
Yeah, I know. That's the next job to do.
I haven't seen a switch box like that since in about 30 years, I think.
It took a lot of wiring. It's a lot more work getting them all working than you might think, but they're all perfect. I mean, the MMX one has the new Orpheus sound card as well as a Voodoo in there as well. They're all as good as I can possibly make them to be the best experience for playing the right era. Now there's joysticks everywhere as well. I today, about 2 hours before this stream, finished the shelving in here. I've still got some drilling to do to put power connections in, and I want to get things done so that I've got smart plugs that I can turn individual stations on and off. But we'll go through fairly quickly. How much have I got? How much? I'm okay for time.
Oh, yeah. Are you kidding? Keep
That's
going,
fine.
brother.
So here is my take games. Almost all for the Amstrad. There's a load of them there. They need sorted out. That's not very good for them, so I'll work out something better. Here are some LucasArts games.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
There's a bit of money there, actually. They're quite expensive and difficult to get.
Very nice.
You'll notice that I'm mostly into the type of games that don't really get played as much. So adventures get played a bit, but RPGs, strategy games, text adventures and so on, they don't see as much of the light, but that's what I'm mostly into rather than anything else. Flight sims as well.
You've got a box copy of Screamer. You don't see that very often.
I've got Screamer 2 as well, yeah.
Oh, wow.
There's quite a few rare things here. That's a bit of a mess that he's sorted out. So there's every Star Wars game there.
Nice.
There is one. You'll see all the AD&D games apart from one, which is on its way to me from America. So that's I've got them all now finally. There's adventure games there as well. There's Quake, Doom, System Shock, Sigil, which is the kind of reboot, not the reboot, the kind of enhanced version of Doom that John Romero did fairly recently, 2 or 3 years ago. Various games over here. There's not much order to these ones here. They're just kind of chucked on. Pinball Dreams, that's not the Amstrad ones. Sadly, it's not the Amstrad one. Lost Sierra games coming in now. More games here. These 2 boxes here are great. This is the Lost Treasures of Infocom. I don't know if many of you know, but Infocom they were kind of the big dogs in text adventures, and they come out with these compilations in the 90s.
Those were huge when they came out. I mean, they were real in demand.
Yeah. And one of the things that you had with Infocom games was feelies and browsies. So you had all this stuff that came in the box that you needed to use that got you in the mood for it, and most of it's replicated in those boxes there. I'm never going to get the original games. I mean, I need to be Elon Musk to afford them, but that's as close as you'll get those compilations there, which themselves are expensive to get hold of.
Yeah.
And the one they
I've got a Sea Stalker back here, the original.
Let me ask you a question, Dave. Have you ever, I mean, obviously you're into collecting box stuff. Does the reproduction box market hold any appeal for you for these really, really hard to get games that you just wouldn't be able to justify the price?
Yes and no. Yes, I would love to have. If you saw the LucasArts ones, you notice that the earliest one I have is Loom. I don't have Zack McCracken. I don't have Maniac Mansion. I don't have the first Indiana Jones one. I've got a compilation with them, but I won't ever own those ones because they're so expensive. If I could buy a reproduction box that was as good, I would. No problem at all. These games are for me. They're not. I don't care if they're reproductions or not. I just want to be able to take a box off a shelf, read the manual, play the game the way it was supposed to, and not kind of take myself out of it, but I haven't looked at PDF files and all the rest of it. So yeah, reproduction boxes, I'd be delighted with that. More games here. Dune and Dune 2, fantastic games. That's all the Wing Commander games.
Yeah.
What a great collection.
Whole bunch of Ultimas.
Yeah, all the Ultimas are there.
Really?
I don't have Ultima 1, 2, and 3 apart from that compilation there. And that compilation there was kind of Ultima 4 time. It's an expensive compilation to get. It's still got the maps inside it. But getting the original Ultimas is just, I mean, you're talking hundreds and hundreds.
Those weren't even in boxes, were they? Weren't the original?
No, they're just Ziploc baggies when I remember.
Yeah, the first one was, yeah. So all the Ultimas are there. The loads of Psygnosis games as well now.
Oh, yeah.
The boxes for those look great. Some of the games are actually good.
Yeah. You hear that boat?
No.
Some.
Take off,
No.
Dave.
I like the Killing game show. I'm looking forward to one day when you cover that in Amigos.
Yeah. It's hard. It's Psygnosis.
Yeah, it's good though.
Listen, I won't argue that Psygnosis has some of the most impressive box art ever.
And great
they were
intros.
The box art champions.
Good intros. Great
Beautiful
intros
graphics,
too.
Excellent sound, incredible sound.
As long as you've never actually played a video game before, then they're pretty good games.
That's good games.
Because they are graphically and sonically impressive. Yes.
Ignore him, Dave. Keep going.
You will like the Killing game show when you cover it in Amigos.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm always ready to come around.
There's a Sierra anthology, the Roberta Williams one. I'm not going to get the original Sierra game, so I'm buying compilations of those where I can. This is another set here that I really wanted to have.
Yeah,
this
I'm
is
a
the
huge
gold
fan
box
of
game.
Dragonlance. Those are beautiful. Yeah.
So there's one silver box game missing, although I do have it in the kind of the marble box, which is the European release. But I want the silver box to match.
Which
so
one
I've
are
got
you
the silver,
missing?
gold. Hillsfar.
Oh yeah, Hillsfar. That one stinks too. That's what makes.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. It's on the shelf. It's on the shelf in a different style of box. It's just not the silver box that came out in America. So yeah, the gold box ones are the gold and the black box ones. The Legend series of the Eye of the Beholder 1, 2, and 3. They're fantastic, and the gold box games are great. I've got most of the clue books as well in there as well. It's just it's great to have them. When space was tight on discs, the manuals had all the kind of journal entries. So it'd say read journal entry 14, and you would just open your book to journal entry 14 and read what had happened, and that helped them take up less space and copy protection.
Yeah.
That's one of the two Ravenloft games. The other one is the last AD game I don't have, which is currently on its way to me from America, Strad's Possession. But every other one that came out for a micro I've got, as far as I know. More assorted games there.
Look, Bodie has Elvira.
Yeah. Black Crypt, one I'm looking forward to playing, not played, which is an Amiga dungeon crawler.
Yeah, oh yeah.
There's Discworld games as well. Midwinter's a tremendous game.
Yeah, we covered that. We were pretty impressed with that one.
This is my ST games, Bitmap Brothers up there. There's Hillsfar there. Various different ST games. Some of them good, some of them that I remember because I never got very far. I keep meaning to come back. There's all the Warhammer games. Some of them are really good. There's the this is the Infinity Engine games, Baldur's Gate and so on. These are really good games. They're a bit more modern. They're kind of around the year 2000.
Yeah.
Planescape Torment is tremendous as well. There's so much in that game. They couldn't do it now if it was a talkie, I don't think. Icewind Dale. These games are great as well. The Freescape games that people don't really seem to know much about now. Total Eclipse, Castle Master, Darkside Driller. Really good games. They were developed on the Amstrad and then they came out to other platforms, 8-bits and then the 16-bits. The frame rates are terrible, but they're 3D filled polygons. They're great little games. Sundog Frozen Legacy is the same. That came from the same people that did Dungeon Master. That's FTL, and it was only out on the Apple II and the ST. It's a great game. Several copies at least. Trying to get one that had the novella in it because the novella is really important. All the TIE Fighter games.
Oh,
these
excellent.
are great games as well.
Oh,
Yeah, and the strategy guides as well. The strategy guides actually have stories in them as well. So the novella in the box continues into the strategy guide, which makes it really adds a lot more. Oh, there's a cat. I said hello to him when he came in, and he ran away.
Do you have the okay, Jedi Knight? There you go. You got some of those, and you see some strategy guides there too.
Yeah.
Yeah, as a
Plans
Star
of
Wars
war.
as a Star Wars fan, it was kind of sad to see there was better storytelling and better acting in some of the LucasArts games than there was in the George Lucas prequel.
Yes.
You
They
know,
were
it
they
was
were
just-
always
Yes.
so well produced. There was
yeah.
always
Oh, and
fantastic
the
content.
characters they brought into that were Kyle Katarn and all these characters. It's like, oh man, I want to see this movie. And and that was the time when the cutscenes, when you watched a cutscene in a video game, you're like, oh my god, if only video games could look as good as these cutscenes were, because they were produced on a higher end workstation. But the games were so cool. The storytelling, the full motion video, that was such a era. Being a computer geek and a Star Wars geek, I loved. I had every LucasArts game at one point or another. I wish I still had them now. Looking at your collection, which I'm drooling over, but my god, yeah.
TIE Fighter, I think, is the pinnacle in my opinion. TIE Fighter is just so well done. There's characters introduced to that which are now appearing in Star Wars canon all these years later.
Yeah.
But it's just so well done, and I think it's because someone didn't buy the license to the game. That was done not quite in house. I mean, it wasn't the same people making the film that made the game, but it was part of LucasArts. If you know what I mean, it was part of the same thing. Descent games as well. Loved those. Those were kind of an FPS game that suited me a bit more, just because there was more to it.
I liked Free Space. That was my favorite Descent.
We're down here, just a few assorted games. I've got all the I've got most of the Star Trek games as far as I know. Mega
Right.
Traveler though, that's impenetrable. That's difficult to get into. But I tried as a kid, and I'm going to try again now. And I think, yep, I'm going to go into this is a little side room I've got for storage and for me to work on. It's a mess still to sort through. Lots of crates and crates of various different stuff to sort through. There are about a dozen different micros there need to be worked on. There's my soldering stations, a few monitors, a smashed CRT there. And I think the cat comes in now, which is why I dwelled on him at the end of the thing. Yes, hello Johnny. Will he turn round? No, he won't. I'm actually shouting at him now to turn round, but he doesn't turn round. He's too interested in sniffing things because the door's just been opened. So there you go.
Very good.
That's me.
Brilliant.
That's my.
That was
I don't know if
Andy.
anyone had any questions. I think people had questions through it, so
Very
happy if
good.
anyone's got anything particularly want to ask though.
I see a classic Gravis gamepad sat on top of your.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it had the nub. You had the joystick
Oh,
nub.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Because
That
those
one has
things,
that. Yeah.
most people pitched them because they sucked. Those Gravis pads, they get a bad rap, but man, those things when they came out, my God, you were begging for them as a PC owner. You were begging.
Yeah, that
for
was
those.
kind of like a Super Nintendo style
Yeah.
controller for the PC. It was great.
If you go back to them though, they're god awful. They
Yeah.
standards, but they were great. Well, Dave, I think that was dandy. A very good job, Dave. You've got an epic collection.
Drooling,
kidding. It was
drooling
so
over that
good.
collection.
So good. Well, let's move down the line here. Let me see what we've got next here. I'll tell you what, just since we're rolling along, Stevie, why don't you go ahead and get your presentation going, my friend?
All right, just real quick intro here, guys. So I'm Stevie Strow. I do stuff on YouTube, and I'm mostly known for CoCo stuff and for our show CoCo Talk that we do. That the Amigos are on as well. And so, yeah, the Tandy color computer was my first computer, my first love, and that's what kind of got me into getting back into doing YouTube and retro stuff and collecting and eBay and the obsession and all that kind of stuff. And what I'm going to talk about today is a pretty cool project that is called the CoCo-Pi project, excuse me, that basically emulates a variety of Tandy color computers on a Raspberry Pi. And it'll work on a Raspberry Pi 3, Raspberry Pi 4, Raspberry Pi 400. And the latest image right now is called a unified community image because it's one image that you can burn and boot up on any Pi 3 or higher, and then just do a few updates and get it up and running. So I'm going to go ahead and do a screen share on the Pi here. Give me just a second here. And can you guys see it?
Yes, sir. You're good.
All right. So, and by the way, I am running this on the Pi 400 now because I understand some of you guys have questions or concerns. As will the CoCo-Pi image work on a Pi 400? That answer is yes, because I'm running on the Pi 400. And so what you're going to see now, this is the latest, greatest version of CoCo-Pi, and this is the first version now that is actually booting into a GUI and booting with the X Windows client running natively on the Pi. Previously, because this project started on a Pi 3 when that was the greatest Pi ever made, it was booting in a strictly text mode. It was overclocked. It was pulling every trick out of its sleeve to be able to run the emulation good enough to get the frames and the performance up. But with the newer operating systems and the newer drivers and stuff, even on a Pi 3 running 1080p, we can run things very well on this thing right here. But what you notice is we have a desktop. We've got all kinds of cool customizable wallpaper. Since Curtis Boyle is here and it's in my contract that whenever I'm on the same screen as Curtis, I have to talk about his Nitrous 9 crappy project. I'll just show you that. I'll just show you that. Yes, yes, it does. It does boot up Nitrous 9. And so this is Nitrous 9 running on an emulated Color Computer 3 in MAME on the CoCo-Pi project. And because we're now in a GUI mode, I can run multiple machines side by side. I'm actually running at 720p because I'm an old man and I can't see little tiny fonts on a 1080p screen now. So I've kind of blown up the screen a tad here. You can make your windows bigger. You can do the Alt-Enter, go full screen and run it. Because I'm going through a capture, my capture doesn't pick up the 480p very well, so I'm not going full screen. So this is Color Computer 3 with 2 megabytes, 6309 processor, running the latest, greatest Nitrous 9 ease of use project that Curtis seems to think is worth his time. So there we have that. So so what you see here, and by the way, it also has the browser. So the Chromium browser is here. So if you want to say to yourself, hey, this looks cool. How can I find out about this project? Where can I get this? Well, if you go to coco-pi.com, this is the actual CoCo-Pi website that has everything. There is a download link here where you can download the image. You download this image, burn it to a micro SD card, and then you boot it up. I've been recording a series of how-to videos, very short, succinct videos. Video number 1 is less than 5 minutes, how to download and burn the image. Video number 2 is once you boot it up, how do you expand the file system? Video number 3 is getting it on your Wi-Fi, right? Video number 4, download and apply the updates. This thing is getting updated constantly because MAME is a moving target right now with adding new hardware and new support. So MAME is constantly being updated. So we're running online updates to update the project, update the scripts, update the emulators, all this kind of stuff. It's constantly being updated. So there's going to be a lot of short, succinct videos showing you how to do a very specific thing. There's not any one super long video. To give you an idea of how frequently this project is being updated right now, you know, there's blog posts happening out the wazoo. So the project is being maintained by a guy named Ron Klein. He's the mad scientist behind this, who's doing all the hard work. And so all these updates are going to be happening. Again, if you just go to coco-pi.com, it's the image is designed for a 16 gigabyte SD card. And if you're saying to yourself, why do you need that much space for an 8-bit vintage system? Trust me, there's just a spit ton of stuff you can throw on here. The operating system needs space, the virtual hard drives, the virtual disk libraries, the amount of repositories that we can pull in and run on this thing is just insane. In the early days of the CoCo-Pi, when you booted it up, it used to boot up into a text mode, and it booted into a menu that looked like this on a text mode, a text-based menu. The only thing that I'll show you here is that when you go to the Utilities menu under Administration, this is where we would run the updates. And so from time to time, you would go here and you'd say, run CoCo-Pi update from GitHub. It's actually going to pull down whatever the latest images are, and then you run another script and you reboot, and then you're up to date. As new versions of MAME become available, and also we're running the XROAR emulator, which was developed by Karen in the UK, which is Dragon specific, but also emulates Coco. Karen is adding Color Computer 3 support to XROAR, so that emulator is getting updated on a near daily basis. So we're pulling in those updates frequently to support those. So online updating is here. So once you burn this image, you'll never theoretically have to re-image the system. You just have to do your online updates. Great feature. We used to run all of our emulations through that text menu. So Ron has now added this graphic menu here. So when I double click the graphic menu, you notice we can emulate a Color Computer 2. We can emulate a Color Computer 3. We can emulate the MC10, which was kind of Tandy's version of the ZX, like Timex Sinclair 1000. We can also emulate a family of Dragon machines. We can do this in both MAME and XROAR. So you can choose whichever emulator you like. They're all here. To give you a quick idea, I'll also mention that this is not meant to be like a Retro-Pi where you can just kind of point and click and boot into a game. It's not designed to do that. It's really designed to emulate the system. So you kind of have to know how to use a color computer. You have to know how to insert a disk and load the disk and run the software. So it's more emulating the system, less emulating the game console element of it. But if I pull up a CoCo 2, if I pull up that menu, you notice there's many shades of CoCo 2 now. You have your stock CoCo 2, which boots into Extended Basic. We can get a CoCo 2 with the Hitachi processor. We can get one with the multi-pack interface and speech and sound cartridge, Game Master cartridge. We can boot into HDB-DOS, which would let us boot into DriveWire, which is a whole nother animal. Won't go there. But well, if I just pull up a CoCo 2, this is emulating Color Computer 2 in MAME. If you're familiar with MAME, you know you got to press the Tab key to bring up your menu. I would go down here to File Manager, and then I can choose, do I want to load a cassette? Do I want to load a cartridge? Do I want to load a hard drive? I want to load a floppy. One nice thing that's built into this is support for all of the Tandy cartridges. So if I choose CoCo 2 cartridge, and I choose my second option here, which is software list, and I choose Tandy cartridges, this is a list of every Tandy cartridge ever made that I can pull down from a menu. And one of the greatest games ever made for the Color Computer 2, Dungeons of Daggerath. If I highlight that and hit enter, I'm up and running, and this is going to boot up the Color Computer 2 with the ROM cartridge in Dungeons of Daggerath. So while it's not quite a Retro-Pi, it's not that hard to load your software if you're familiar with using MAME, right? And that's one of my videos. It's a 5-minute video that shows you how to pull up the user interface, how to fine-tune the user interface, and things like that to load software in MAME. So it's not that hard to do. I can go back to the main menu, and then I could also pull up a Color Computer 2. I can pull up a Color Computer 3. One of the new things we have for the Color Computer 3 right now is we have just had the Joust game ported over to that. So I could pull that up.
Actually, if you want to show that, Stevie, since your sound probably works better than mine, you can actually do the demo of that if you want.
Well, I think the only problem I have is because I just pulled an update. I'm not sure if this update actually broke something, which is typical with MAME, but I think I just pulled in the latest update, and I'm not sure that right now I can browse out of my file system, and I think this needs to be fixed. And of course, it's talking about doing stuff live and doing stuff in a, oh, here we go, Share One. In my Share One video, I don't know where the hell I put it, to be honest with you. Then I put it in SDC. Let me just hit J for Joust. No, let's try SDC. Let's try J. I don't remember where the hell I put it, to be honest with you. I don't know if I have it. I know I did it on here before, but crap, I don't remember. And of course, this is live, right? So sorry, guys.
Can I ask you a question, Stevie?
Yeah, go ahead, John.
What is, would it be possible to incorporate the CoCo SDC solution into this build where when you power it on, it would actually load like the same thing that when you have the SDC in a real CoCo and just boot up to that screen?
That's a great question, and the simple answer is that's hard to do. And the simple answer is this: is because the CoCo SDC is reading stuff off of the SD card, which is physical. It's hard to get software running into MAME to realize something that lives outside of the emulated world. So how do we get a program running in a virtual color computer to know what's stored on our Raspberry Pi? So
Right.
There's no easy way to do that. And that question comes up all the time. If that would be the holy grail, to have that menu-driven software running on the CoCo, let you pull in your software and use it, hallelujah. I wish we could, but there are certain technological reasons why that's not easy.
Yeah, the way that you explained it makes perfect sense. Thank you.
Yeah. But that being said, and I apologize, I can't get to wherever the hell Joust is on here. But one of the cool things is the software library is set up on a share on your CoCo-Pi that you can pull from your local network. It's got a Samba share, which is basically a Windows file system. So you can mount this shared folder, and you can just copy software over to your Pi through your local network, copy disk images and drop them in there, and then pull them up in your emulator. Of course, I wasn't prepared to show Joust. I don't know where the hell it is, so I won't show that. But yeah, there's a lot of cool things you can do with it. So being able to emulate these machines and to emulate them with a variety of hardware that you wouldn't ordinarily have, like to have a Color Computer 3 with the multi-pack, which was a kind of our sidecar expansion bus. We can emulate that. To be able to plug in the Tandy speech and sound cartridge, which is kind of hard to get out in the wild right now. If you wanted to collect this kind of stuff, real hardware is great, but to be able to emulate it All those things are in there. So the fact that we can emulate CoCo 1 and 2, CoCo 3, MC10, and Dragon machines, there's a lot of cool things you can do with this. There is a lot of stuff I haven't even shown you. Like one of the videos is going to show you how to pull down the entire color computer archive through the internet to your storage system, which is why I suggest you get more than a 16 gigabyte SD card. I would say get a 32, get a 64. I bought a 128 gig SD card for $18. Right, so SD cards are cheap. Go big.
If we download it, will it auto expand upon?
Yeah, that's video number 2. The stock image will expand to about 8 gigs, and you boot up, you run a menu item, and it expands it, and it fills up whatever available space you have. Yeah. So a lot of things you can emulate. The ability to pull in software from the internet is there. The ability to pull in virtual hard drives populated with over 3,000 disk images are there. The ability to download Nitrous 9 and all of its updates is there. There's so much online accessibility and repositories you can pull in from your menus. It makes emulation as user-friendly as possible. Unfortunately, when it comes to MAME, there's things we can't make any more easier than are there. So the MAME user interface lacks elegance. Let's be honest. I'm trying to keep it PG here, but but XRoar is another great emulator. So XRoar is a CoCo and Dragon emulator. If I want to pull up a Dragon 32, which is the UK version of the CoCo in MAME, it's here. Right? I can pull up in MAME. I can pull it up in XRoar. So you can run a ton of software. Before I show one more thing, does anybody have any questions about what I've said? I know I'm moving fast because I'm trying to respect the time here.
I got a quick question, man.
Yeah, go ahead.
When I was setting up, you'll recall a year or two ago, I did that little project with the Pi, setting up a front end. For the CoCo.
Yeah.
One of the things I did in that was to quick load discs and cassettes with save states. Does this have some sort of quick load MAME, like save state thing for MAME?
Well, because it is MAME, the answer is yes. But right now, the way the menu option is set up currently, the menu option is loading MAME with a disk image. Could we set up things to load MAME with the snapshot instead? The short answer is yes, but is it set up to do that? That answer is no. Okay. What you have to bear in mind right now is there's 10,000 moving pieces and parts to this that are being managed by one person. Ron Klein is the guy behind the scenes making it all. I couldn't make a single script. If I couldn't spell Linux, you know what I mean? I can't spell root. So I couldn't tell you how to code this and how to systematically do this. I'm just the cheerleader who's trying to get people on board with this because I love the CoCo. I love this project. But because it's done in Linux, if there are people who know how to do scripting and want to help out in that area, we definitely would love to get some more input in there. So the ability to do that is definitely there. If you recall before, I showed you that software list feature where I showed you the list of cartridges. That is a feature that is built into MAME, where you can pull up a software list, but it has to be in an XML file. And I only know how to spell XML by its 3 letters. I couldn't tell you what the hell XML was or how it worked. But there is the ability to create an XML file that has all of the information on the full name of the game, the name of the disk image, the name of the file that you have to load. And if we had some human subjects to help input that data, we could build that list into MAME and have a quick loader list of at least an easier way to pull up software from a list within MAME, which is closer to the SDC experience. So there are some ways to do that, but again, only having one person doing the manual labor on the project, you got to pick your poison on what your priorities are.
Yeah, I understand, and I will say what you said about MAME, it is not the most elegant interface to do wacky stuff. They don't necessarily because you're doing stuff with it that they never planned when they first put it together. So that's probably a big chunk of it.
Like the big complaint is because we're using MAME now to emulate a computer, which has a keyboard, and MAME started emulating arcade machines. The fact they made the P key, the pause key to pause Donkey Kong and Pac-Man was never a problem. But now that we're trying to type out on our keyboard, on our emulated computer, every time I hit P on my keyboard, I'm pausing the emulation. That's now a problem, right? So you have to know how to tweak the user interface and remap the pause key to something else, right? Because MAME, right? So there are a few things like that we have to work within those, guidelines. There's a million things we can do with this because it's running Linux. You can add more software to it. You can do more things. One thing I will show you that I also think is pretty cool because there's been a lot of resurgence in people wanting to relive the days of type-in programming and typing in basic programmings. And we're seeing a lot of stuff on the CoCo Facebook right now. People are getting the old magazines, I can't even think of the names of them right now, but there was a bunch of those old magazines and books where you had to type in programs. So a lot of people are getting into that right now. So there's also something which I'm going to do a full video on this when I can get Ron not to be that busy, but we've created the ability to type in your programs in an editor and then have those pop up in your emulator. And you can write your program in BASIC, you can write a program in C, you can write a program in assembly. And this is kind of like a development environment / cross assembler that is also pretty user-friendly. And this editor of choice right now he's using is called Genie, only because it was graphical and it allowed for scripting. So I wrote a real quick program in BASIC right here. A 5-line program in BASIC. This is what Color Computer BASIC looked like. So you can basically type in your program, you would save your program, and then I would go over here to my build menu and I'd say, I want to build this into a Color Computer 2 and I want to launch it in XROAR. And just by pulling down that menu, it has basically launched the XROAR emulator. I've booted into my disk BASIC. Now, again, this is not RetroPie, so it's not going to auto load. But if I just typed in dir to pull up my directory, I'm going to see that it put my program on a disk. I could load in my program that I just wrote on that editor. And if I list out my program, you're going to see the listing on the Color Computer is the same listing that I typed in here. And so real quick, simple, basic program, and I just hit run. And now this is my little program, right? So for the people who want to get back into programming in BASIC and they want an easy way to do it using a real keyboard, you can do it on your Pi, right? And the good news is that because the Pi is on the internet, you can take that text file and you can email it to yourself, or you can copy it over from your home network to somewhere else. So you can actually dump software on your Pi from your home PC and back and forth. So the ability to now work on source code very easily in a more modern environment, but then have it automatically bake it into your emulator and run it on your emulator and develop that way is powerful. And that's what a lot of people are doing and they're making, machine language games and assembly language games. They're using these kind of cross development environments to do assembly. There's not a lot of people doing cross development in BASIC. So if you're like me and you never learned how to program like the big boys, but you still want to have fun, you can do stuff like that and just have fun and then share this, because it's all digital now, right? You can share the source code, you can share the disk image. It's as easy as pie. Ooh, see what I did there? Yeah.
Nice.
So that's the 10,000 foot view. I'll shut up unless you have any questions, and feel free to kick me off whenever you're tired of listening to me.
No, that was
Wild World of Retro had a good comment. He said, I love typing in programs for 5 hours and then have it not work. The fun from the 80s.
Yeah, that whole, I love the way that whole thing, you type it in, you save it on the Pi, and then you click and it goes right there. That is awesome. That is fantastic, sir.
And that's how cross development works. And there are people who know how to do it, but there's a lot of pieces that you got to glue together to make it work. To have it all point and click and kind of user friendlyized for you is a nice feature.
Yeah, that is.
That's
very nice. I had not kept up with that project. That's very impressive, and it opens up the CoCo to a lot of people. I mean, those things are getting tough to get. You're not going, especially stuff like a CoCo 3, where you're not going to have the alternative to pick those up anymore. So this is a great way to let people get into the CoCo for practically no money.
Right.
Very good.
It'll run on a Pi 3, but I definitely recommend Pi 4 or Pi 400 if you can get it.
Have to figure out how to dual boot to either the Pi Storm or this.
Yeah, that I can't help you with. I'm not that technical.
Now you're getting wacky, Dave.
Yeah.
That was dandy. Well done, sir. I like that, man. Good stuff. Thanks very much, Stevie.
Yeah, kudos to Ron Klein for doing all the hard work. All I do is make a website and make YouTube videos. That's easy.
Very good. All right, now let's switch gears here. I think we've got him in here. Alan, are you here?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you, my friend.
Oh, good. Listen, I'll just switch my screen on for a second, just to say hi. But I'm just working in the dark. My other half is fast asleep and not too far away. So
yeah,
it's
there he is.
So here I am. But I'll just click that off. But I can share my screen, and that's cool.
Okay, yeah, please do.
Oh yeah, my name's Alan, guys. Nice to see you all. And I'm adding to the international flavor. I'm actually in Central Asia here in Kazakhstan, where it's currently 5 just nearly 5 a.m.
Oh, jeez. Sorry.
But I'm no, that's good. It's Saturday night, no problem. Happy to be here. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe you guys. I guess I know that John and Aaron, you know me from some of my games on the ZX Spectrum. I guess I've managed to get a little bit of a name for myself for some of the work I've done on that. I don't think I'm so well known to most of you, but yeah, my main thing is mostly just ZX Spectrum stuff, and just been I got back into it 2-3 years ago and been learning assembly and writing a few games and having fun that way. And I was just messing about with a little challenge. You know, one of the things I guess most of you familiar with the Spectrum, I guess, probably.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. So you know that it's a very limited sort of machine, but that's kind of part of the fun of it, really. So let me just see if I can get this screen up for you. Sometimes what I do is rather than code a game, I just set myself a little challenge. I have an idea and then see if I can kind of pull it off. So that's what I've been doing in the last sort of week or so, and I've got something I can show you that you might enjoy. It might get a little bit technical, but I guess you guys probably like that. So, but I'll try and keep it sort of in layman's terms as well if I can. So let me just see if that works. I've never done this before at all on Discord or anything else. So, right. If I press, what do I press? Go live. Is that right?
Bingo. Let's see if it works. Shall
Is that
we?
there?
Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
See, we got it.
This is
very good.
This is a relatively it's not a very well known emulator for the Spectrum, but I discovered recently. Some of you might know, obviously, the Spectrum is well known for being really popular in the UK, but it also has a really strong following in sort of Iberia, in Portugal and Spain. And some of those guys obviously are as passionate about the coding as we are in the UK. And this is an emulator written by a guy in Spain whose name I have not got available right now, but maybe it's in the about or something. Well, it's this guy, Habbysoft, anyway. So, and the reason that I really kind of started to enjoy this emulator is because when you run code on it, it shows you exactly where the raster bar is at any point while you're coding, right? So that makes it kind of interesting for advanced coding, because obviously the Spectrum is very much software based. There isn't any hardware support. So when you want to do anything, especially fast, then you have to kind of time it to the raster beam, if you like. So I guess most of you probably know about that kind of coding with the Atari 2600, maybe. So it's not too different to that. But I guess for people that are not so familiar with that, I can explain a little bit of how that works. So you've got the Z80 chip running inside the Spectrum, obviously, and that looks after the instructions. But you've also got another chip called the ULA, and essentially the ULA, someone can probably tell me what ULA stands for. It slipped my mind right now, but essentially the ULA is the kind of the way that the Z80 communicates with the outside world, if you like. That would be a simple way of putting it. So the ULA handles the screen output, if you like. So, for example,
I think it's something logic array. I can't remember what the U stands for.
Yeah. So, for example, if you just to give you a simple example, if you poke the screen memory, let's say the attribute memory, I'll poke a value there like this into, say, we'll just make it completely something like, just simple, right? Okay, so what happened there essentially is I put a value into screen memory, and then the ULA, which is controlling the raster beam, if you like, is monitoring the screen memory and reading it and displaying it as it finds it within the screen memory, if you see what I mean. So there's a beam that's running down every 50 times a second, which is 50 hertz. That's a PAL frequency, I guess, In the US, it's 60, if I'm right. But so there's a certain number of bars, if you like, the raster beam goes down, and it displays so quickly that obviously what you see is just a moving image, right? So it's a little bit like a kind of like a flick book or something like that. You know, the illusion is so fast. It's the same principle. It's just TV. It's the same principle as TV, right? So if you can code in such a way that you can catch the raster beam as it's passing, then you can kind of trick the you can, let's say, trick what you can see on the screen. You can make something appear that isn't technically supposed to be possible, right? So this is the idea that I had. Basically, you have as you've seen here, I've just poked in a value to memory, and the spectrum, the way that the spectrum handles color, I guess, again, probably you know this, but it has a very limited resolution of 32 by 24 in terms of color. The pixels, it's 256 by 192, but in terms of color, you can only have 2 colors within a square of 8 pixels. So that gives you a resolution of 32 across and 24 down, right? So one of the things you can do is if you add pixels to that. So if I poke the screen memory here with a value, which in binary this will be 00001111. So I'm going to cut that in half. Sorry, my keyboard is right there. Okay, so what you can see there is I can display 2 colors within one attribute square by if I add pixel values. If there's no values there, it'll just print 1 color because everything is off. But if half of them are on, then I can print 2 colors. So just to demonstrate that, I made a little poke file here just to make it quick. So there, what I've done, this is very, very simple, but I've just poked the memory with the addresses of that top left corner with the same color value here. So, and what that allows you to do is if you place a pixel pattern behind the attribute, then obviously you can double the color resolution from 32 to 64, right? But obviously those pixels are kind of tall. So the second trick that you need to do, which is much, much more complicated than this poke file, is to write data so quickly to the file, to the screen, that the raster bar is fooled so that half of this will be one color and the other half will be another color, right? So obviously this is not something that I've just come up with. There are plenty of kind of multicolor engines that exist. The reason I did it, as I said personally, was just because I really wanted to learn a bit more about the timings and how the raster bar worked. So I just thought, well, here's an interesting idea. Rather than code a game or a demo that uses the pixel memory, what about if I just put this pattern on the whole screen, and then if I can get the raster bar timings correct, as well as splitting the attribute that way, I could also split it that way. And that, so instead of 1 square, I could have 4, right? So let me show you the result of that. I think if I have it here. Now that might take me a second if I'm not sure. Perhaps it's, oh, maybe it's one of these ones. Yeah, hopefully this one. Okay. All right, so what this does then, what the code does, and I'll explain to you how the code works, but this basically gives me a full screen resolution, full color of 64 by 48, right? So it's double the normal color resolution. So obviously the spectrum does have this 256 by 192, which is high resolution, but it's single color, it's 1-bit color, right? So this resolution is a lot lower, but it's 3-bit color, which obviously makes it a lot nicer. So what I can show you is one image that I've done here. There you go. So that's not the kind of image you'd normally see on a ZX Spectrum, right? And that's a a kind of medium resolution, 64 by 48, and it's running at 50 hertz, which means that I can actually also move it like that as well. So it actually runs at full screen without any flicker. And I mean, with enough kind of time, you could kind of animate that and make it move and everything else. Of course, the downside of that is that from the start point here all the way down to here, you're constantly writing to memory, right? As the code goes along. So you only have the time from the border area here when the beam goes down here and back up and down to here to actually write any game code. So it does have some limitations in that respect.
I have a quick question.
Yeah,
do you have like an H-sync interrupt that you're able to trigger off?
No. You have to figure that out for yourself. Well, there's a vertical sync, right, with the interrupt. So you can, and as I show you the code, I'll tell you basically what happens, and I can put the debugger and I can show you the code running, and I'll explain it in layman's terms. And those of you that know Z80, obviously you can see what's going on, and I can explain a few things. But what you can do and what you normally do with the Spectrum is you use an interrupt, and the interrupt is timed to the raster beam for when it gets to at the start of the screen here, right? So you can time it knowing when you're at the top of the screen here. But obviously this area in the Spectrum, this is a border, and you can't put anything in that border. You can only change its color. So you have to figure out how to get down when the beam is at this point to start writing here. So the first thing that I do is use an interrupt, which tells me when I can arrive at this point, and then I use a trick, which is not my code, but and again, I think there's a guy called Xavi Ortiz, I think his name is, but he basically sent me the code, and that does what's called a floating bus trick. And what it does is it reads just in this very corner right up here. In pixel memory, I've printed a value 255, and as the beam goes down, you can put a loop in here which will read what the ULA is doing, and when it hits a 255, it can more or less put you at this point here, right? And it's not absolutely accurate. It doesn't get you to the start of the beam of the paper area, but it does get you to the same place every single time, so you know where you are, right? Okay, so I'll show you more or less how this is done, because the raster beam is, of course, incredibly fast. It's running at 50 times a second, so it's obviously going to be very difficult to write this amount of code data. This is 1,536 bytes that I'm writing with every pass of the beam within that area. So it's a lot of data that you have to write very quickly, and the beam is always chasing you, right? So, or getting away from you, whichever one, depending on what you're doing. So let me, if I can switch the debugger on here, I can show you more or less what's happening, right? So at this point here, can you guys see the debugger? Is it on the screen as well? I'm not sure if that's
just see like a line. That's all, just a small line. That's all we see.
No, we can't see the debugger. We can just see the main Spectrum screen, emulator screen.
Okay, you can only see that like that Ken Street Fighter thing, yeah?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, just a second then. What I'll do is,
It does look fantastic, though, man.
Yeah,
it looks
really
fantastic.
Yeah, it's kind of fun, isn't it? It's not. Doesn't look like a Spectrum screen, does it? Which is
no.
Yeah. Now let me see if I can share my whole screen. Maybe would that work? Because I don't want to show. I don't want to show only the debugger. So
yeah, there's a way in Discord that you can share the whole screen instead of just the.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if I can. Okay, if I stop streaming, that won't hang me up, will it?
No.
Right, so I'll stop that, and I'll go back to share screen. And can I share?
So when you go to screen,
Yeah, here you go. I think this will work. Right. Okay, can you guys see that now?
That's right. Yeah, that's good.
Okay, good. All right.
Bingo. And the
All right. How is this going? Is this interesting for you guys, by the way? I mean, I don't know, but
yeah, it's cool.
It's just what floats my boat, really. But Okay, so you see the red line here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's showing you where the raster beam is. It's actually a crosshair. And as you progress, if I just kind of move the code forward here, you see the raster beam there moving across.
Yep.
Like that, right? So I'll just basically tell you what it does more or less. There are two techniques that I'm using here to enable me to write, because you've basically got 32 bytes of data that you need to write on it as the raster beam is going across, right? So there are two techniques that I use, which are kind of what you might call pseudo 16-bit writes rather than 8-bit writes. So they're not as fast as a 16-bit write as you would have on a 16-bit processor, but they are faster than writing to 8-bit numbers. So one of the things that you can do is use the stack. So the Spectrum has a stack that you can put anywhere in memory. So you can basically point your stack to the data that you want to print, and then you can pop all of that data into the registers, right? So and the Z80 has quite a lot of registers. Fortunately, as you can see here, there is AF, B, C, D, E, H, L, I, X, and then there's also shadow registers as well. So I'm actually using, I think there are 10 of them, right? I think, and I'm using 9 of them to do this. So that means I can put 18 bytes into the stack, and then once I want to write the data, I can basically push it, change it, move the stack again to the screen memory, and then push all that data onto the screen. Which works quite well. But one of the issues with that is, for those of you that would be familiar with the way that the Z80 works, of course, the stack. The way that you work with the stack is the push is going to be opposite to the pop. So when you're writing, when you're popping to the screen, pushing to the screen memory, you're going to have to write backwards, right? So that's 18 bytes taken care of. The other sort of what would be the rest of the bytes that are left? I guess it's about 14 bytes, isn't it? Right. So the other 14 bytes, the Z80 has a command here. You can see load a value with HL. So it will load two points of memory with the values of H and L. So it's like a 16-bit load, which I guess might be something similar to what you have in 6809. I think, but I don't know too much.
Yeah, we have 16-bit registers there too.
So. Right. Okay. So these aren't really 16-bit registers, but they're register pairs, and they can. If you know what you're doing, you can make them behave a little bit like 16-bit registers. It's not as fast, but it's faster than, as I said. So the rest of the data is done using like a self mod. I've got a lot of these commands: load the value with the address, and when it's writing that data, it's been self modded. And what's happening right now? This first line has already been, the first line here has already been written. I've actually written that before the beam starts. So I know that I've got my first line written. So the next thing that I do is I need to copy the data into the self-mod code so that the next line would write. All right. So that's the next thing that it does. And then the third thing that it does, because if you imagine, I've basically got 4 lines before I need to think about my 5th line here, which I need to change the value of the memory that the ULA is printing to the screen. You see what I mean?
Yep.
So essentially, what we're doing here is we're going down 4 lines with one memory read, and then another 4 lines with a different memory read. So we're actually switching what's in the memory as the beam is going down, right? So. And basically, I can talk you through it. But the first thing that it does in this area, it doesn't have, this bit's already written, so it doesn't have to do anything in terms of writing to the screen memory right now. So instead, what it does is writes to the self-mod code for the next line, so that when the next line comes along, it can write to that line, right? So, and then the other thing that I do whilst I'm in that area, just enough time, is I'm actually then writing to the third line, and I can write about 20 bytes of the third line, which gives me just enough time. And it's the amount of space, the amount of wiggle room here is absolutely tiny. I mean, it's probably less than 100 T states, right? So which is microseconds, and not, you know, absolute nanoseconds of time. But fortunately, I was managed to figure out this emulator, as I said, is great because you can see what's happened. So if I just progress through, I'll just tell you what it's doing, and then, you know, I won't keep up too much of your time, but I do think it's quite a fun little thing. So what happens is this point here, as you can see, do you see here, pop, 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 push, and that. So what that's doing is just getting the data from for the figure here, and putting it into the self-mod code. Now, the trick here, once we've got everything set up, this is the kind of fun part, really. Once we get to line 4, right? We're just about coming up to line 4 here now, right? So here we are now. We're at the start of line 4. The trick then is this. As I said, it's quite fun. So what we do, we get to this point. Now, what we want to do is change line 5, right? So we've just written to line 4, and this part has been displayed by the ULA. So we're at this point. So this part of the screen just below, if I write to that now, it won't be shown until the beam gets all the way across and back around again, right? See what I mean?
Yeah.
So if I write to this, if I write ahead of the beam here, then we'll get a break in the data, and it'll cause a kind of a crack or a kind of flicker or something like that, right? So right now, all I can do is write behind the beam, and I need to write data into this section here on line 5 before this beam catches up, right? So
hence the racing the beam terminology.
Well, essentially yes, but in this case, I'm at this point, what I'm doing is I'm writing behind the beam, right? Because the beam is on the line above, right? So the beam is on the line above, and I'm writing to the line below. So I'm writing behind the beam, knowing that by the time that the beam gets round and catches up, it's going to show a totally different color at that point to the one that was previously there. Now, obviously, in this section of screen, they're the same, but you know, you get the idea. This part here obviously would be the split. You can see it's just lining up, right? So at this point here, the only part that we can write to is here. But every time we write, of course, the beam moves forward, right? So that allows me to write a little bit more data, a little bit more here, and a little bit more here, while the beam is still moving along. And as I said, what you're watching here is it's at the speed of probably a 1,000th of what it actually would be, you know. So, but anyway, so I've written now here. I'm just writing there to that part there, right? And I've got across to here, and I've written so far. I've managed to write up to about this point here, and now this is when the stack kicks in, because the stack can write another 18 bytes across to about here. Now remember, we have to write the stack backwards, right? So we had to wait until the beam got past that point, because we're writing backwards. And because we're writing backwards and the beam is moving the other way, the time pressure is even higher, because obviously we're moving, I'm printing one way in memory and the beam is moving the other way. So the speed is kind of doubled, really. So I couldn't write to this point until that beam had passed. But now I can, and that's why you see here, push, 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 and then switch to shadow and push, 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 and that's 18 bytes, and that writes all the way across like that, right? So finally then the beam gets to this point, and it's now in the border, which is great, because we can do whatever we want while it's in the border. It finishes up that, and then we have a little bit of time. Now the beam's catching up here, and the last little piece, I've got 6 bytes that I need to write that I haven't written yet. And as you can see, just as this beam gets to here, we're writing, and there's our last write. And we've just written to this point here, and the beam, let's say that the tortoise has beaten the hare in that point, right? So we've just managed to get across. like that. Now at this point, we can kind of breathe a sigh of relief because the next three lines have all been written to now, right? Because we've written, it's one square, as you know, there. It's actually 8 lines down. So the next 3 lines, we know that the memory's already written. This color here, it's already been written. So now we have 3 more lines of beam time, if you like, to finish up what we're doing before we get back to the start again, and then we have to repeat everything over. So in this scenario, what I do then is I finish copying the data for the next line in so that it's all set up and ready to go. And then there's a few t-states left. I can check where I am in the code. And then the final thing that I do is go back and mod all of the code again so that it will repeat itself on the next line. So it's one loop, but because we're using the stack and because of everything else, we can't do anything in terms of jumping or calling other routines because that uses the stack. So the only thing we can do is just write over the original code when it gets to this point so that it'll be like a recursive loop, if you like. So it's about 400 bytes. So what happens is when it gets to that point here, that's kind of sets that up, right? And then we go here, this code here is just doing a lot of self-modding and setting up the loop that it's already done once is now being modded so that by the time we get back, if I just jump here, it jumps us to this point and that's been done. And it's now gone back to the start. It's going to run the same code, exactly the same code, same address. If you look here, if I repeat that over, you'll see, if you see the address here, 81AC, and here, it's the same code each time that's running. But it's just been modded so that it reads a different part of the memory and it writes to a different part of the memory as well. And the trick really, as I said, the trick with using the stack and everything else is to kind of read when you don't need to write and write when you don't need to read. And if you do that, you can just about fit the beam time. You can basically beat the beam. And so what happens then is you can go all the way down. If you watch, you see the timer of the beam there is exactly the same every time. You see how the line is just running down? That tells me that my code is measured exactly. And what I can show you as well is there's a little bit of code at the end here. Hopefully it doesn't take me too long to get there. Let me see. It's just a little there. You see this little bit here, NOP, 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 there, right? And then it jumps. So this here is all the time that I have left. So it's about, well, each one of these is 4 t-states. So it's probably about 100 t-states. So it's an absolutely minuscule amount of time, but I was able to fit it in like that. So yeah, I mean, that's basically it. And when it gets to the bottom, once it gets to the bottom, obviously then you're in the border area, and again, you can relax a little bit here. And so what it does then is it just mods the code one more time and sets the stack up so that it repeats itself here, right? So the whole thing is the whole image is being displayed every 50 times a second, which means that, as I said, so that means that you can kind of animate it. Well, this is just a scroll. All I'm doing is just changing the address that it reads from, but it could be used quite easily to to make some kind of a demo or a game or something like that, But as I said, mostly it was just a fun idea. I thought, I wonder what would happen if we did that, and I figured I would give it a go. So I'll just see if I've got one more thing I can show you.
Could you use this technique to make a whole game? To not have like color bleed or anything?
Well, absolutely, yeah. I mean, what you're seeing there is a 64 by 48 resolution, which is in well, I say 3-bit color but it's almost 4-bit because you saw that there was bright on and off brightness there, which is another factor. But yeah, if I can show you this is just one more thing I've just been playing about with this. It's not complete by any means, but I thought it would be fun to have a kind of little art package, you see. So I've got a cursor here, and I haven't worked out the timings or anything, and I certainly can't do much, but except just kind of dribble on the screen a little bit. So if I show you, hopefully this is going to work. Is it? Oh, I think I have to. Oh, maybe I need to switch on. Is there a Kempston mouse? Hopefully that might work. Let's see. Might reset the machine, but yeah, it's using a Kempston mouse. So no, just a minute. Let's try. I hadn't planned for this, but let's see.
That's our motto.
Yeah. All right. Well, you're gonna have to take my word for it. But it works with the Kempston. It works with the Kempston mouse, and I've actually got a functional use of the border here, because this border is a black here and white here, and that tells me this would be my foreground and my background. And this is like a little art package where I can use the mouse and I can draw whatever I want on this screen in that resolution and do sort of pixel art, you know, in all the different colors of the spectrum, and then save it as a binary. Yeah. So I guess that's pretty much it. I hope you found it interesting, and obviously if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them, really.
That's made me think back 20 years to how registers and things work anyway, if nothing else.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was a little bit too sort of technical, but I thought you might find it interesting to see.
I think we're happy to have the wide range of variety of extremely not technical and extremely technical. So
well,
going to find it interesting.
Living out here in Kazakhstan, I don't have a lot of access to hardware, or I can't go searching flea markets and things. There's no Russian ZX Spectrum clones here either, unfortunately. But
Alan, I just want to say,
why are you in Kazakhstan?
Sorry?
Why are you in Kazakhstan?
Oh, well, I moved here for work originally, and I kind of like it here. It's a pretty sort of easy place to live, and I met a nice woman, got married, and so I'm staying.
Outstanding.
The ladies.
Yeah.
Story as old as time.
Yes.
Yeah, Alan, I just want to thank you for putting this together. I mean, that you did this on very short notice. Just last night, you sent me a message saying.
Oh yeah. No, I mean, I
really appreciate that, man.
Off the top of my head, really.
Yeah. So. Hey, Alan, you want to talk about any of the any games or anything you're working on right now while you're summing up here?
Yeah, sure. Well, obviously, some of you guys might be quite pleased to hear about this, because you probably know, maybe if you know the Spectrum, the most recent game I did, which was a clone of Asteroids.
Yes, excellent.
That looks fantastic. That's beautiful. Yes, that's awesome.
And
game.
I've been working with a guy. I've forgotten his name now. It's terrible, but his name's Perry. I think he's a Spanish guy. He's a big CoCo guy. He's done a lot of. He's a 6809 CoCo. Yeah.
Yeah.
So and he's been converting it to run on the CoCo and the Dragon. So it's I'd say it's about halfway there, really. We've got ship, we've got asteroids moving around, we've got things exploding and so on. So
yeah, because the pixels are actually mapped exactly the same. The 256.
Yeah. Well,
we don't have the attribute height, but otherwise it's identical.
For my sins, I started with the Dragon, and then I crossed the Rubicon and went to be a Spectrum owner, and abandoned the Dragon, I'm afraid. But it still has a place in my heart, and I'd be very super happy to see one of my games running on it. So
that's very exciting. Good stuff, dude. I'm not.
All right. Well, listen, guys. I'd love to stick around and kind of watch some of your other presentations, but
absolutely do.
It's 5:24 in the morning, so I'm probably not going to do that. But it will be recorded, right?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. You can catch up on the stream afterwards for sure.
Yeah, and if well, I just thought it'd be fun to come along and give it a go. I wanted to see how this thing works, and maybe I can come back the next time. Is it like a regular thing, or?
You never know.
Yes. Yes.
We might come back.
No matter what Aaron says, we're going to force him to say yes to that question.
Don't worry.
Well, yeah. I mean, I have a Facebook, which is HappyCoding ZX, and I have a Patreon, which is HappyCoding ZX, and Twitter maybe as well. Probably. I think I don't use it much, but Just HappyCoding ZX. Oh, YouTube is HappyCoding ZX as well. So there's a lot of actually, that's one thing. If you guys are interested in learning Z80 code, I do have a kind of course that I've been working on. I think there's about 6 episodes, and it's for like absolute beginners who don't even know about binary sort of thing. So if you want to,
seems a lot of work. It seems a lot of work.
Well, everything that's fun is a lot of work, isn't it? It's worth it if you, you know, it is a challenge. No doubt about it. It is a challenge, but it's fun. It's like an incredibly complex Sudoku puzzle. You know, that's what it's like.
Oh man! Well,
So,
yeah,
outstanding. Well,
yeah.
listen, we'll send people your way. Check him out, everybody.
Thank you. Yeah, and especially Aaron and John. It's really nice to speak to you in person as well.
Oh yeah,
so.
and I will say I may need to take your course because you lost me at the point where you said, "Can you see my stream?" So I had no idea what was going on. The last thing I programmed was an abacus. I don't have any idea what's happening there, man. So thank you very much, dude. We appreciate it. I'm happy to hear about the asteroids as well. Beautiful stuff. All right.
Sure, no problem. All right, I'll stick around for a little while anyway.
Oh, beautiful,
guys,
beautiful. All right, we're gonna move.
Thanks for a good presentation, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's all right. It was just off the cuff, but it was, you know, it was fun to do. So
excellent.
We're gonna move from one programmer to another. Speaking of masterclass, their good friend Nick Marentes. What do you got for us this time around, Nick?
Good day, everyone. Yep, my name's Nick Marentes. I'm a CoCo programmer. So I've been programming for a long time, starting on a Z80 and then moving on to the color computer. And I've been programming the color computer 3 for many years now. So what I'm going to show today is just my current game project that I'm working on. And it's a machine language game called 0 Hour. And I'll just see, I've got a short video to save me making a fool of myself trying to play it. Why do I just find my stream? Hang on. It's not popping up now. Hang on.
I should also mention Nick cut his teeth on the Z80 on the Model 1 and 3 type thing, and actually he's working on a project. He's going to be on the Trash Talkers a little bit later tonight too, talking about a city project.
I've got to leave after this to go do a talk on that show.
He's in
to
demand.
announce this other games. I'm doing 2 games at once
on 2 different platforms.
On 2 different platforms. One Z80 and one 609. So crazy.
He's nuts.
Crazy. Yes. So yeah, I think you can see my video there.
Yes, sir.
It's paused. Yeah, so this is a platform game, and it's going to have 14 levels. And this video, it's still in progress, but slowly I'm building each of the levels. So you'll see parts of the levels in this video. So I'll just play the video and I can talk over it. So basically, you have to disarm a bomb, which is on the top floor. But to get to the top floor, you've got to go through every floor to disable the security systems in the building. So every level's got a different, well, sort of theme or machinery.
Oh, wow.
This one that you're seeing now, I'll just do a pause. This one actually is a bit novel in that it has a slot machine. This is the gambling scene. So this is where you come here when you've lost all your special bonus items and all that during the game. You can come here and gamble some of your points to get those other things back. So it's a bit of a novelty level, this. But basically, you control the character, and he rides elevators, jumps levels, and controls the different machines on each of the levels. So this one being a slot machine, I'm trying to get 3 in a row here to score. So you play this, and it costs you do lose 10 credits each time you play it, but you might win, something else. So that's what this level does, and I'll just move on to the next level. Every level is different.
We have a question about which platform this runs on in the chat. Somebody's asking.
Yeah, it's for a Tandy Color Computer 3.
Tandy Color Computer 3.
It looks remarkable. I'm speechless at this one.
Somebody is probably thinking, what's that?
Well, it's a Tandy color computer, but it's Mark III.
If you're from Europe, you don't know.
It's a jacked up one.
It's sorry?
If you're from Europe, you wouldn't know what it was.
Not in Europe, probably. They were available in the UK. There was Tandy in the UK for a while, and they did, I think, carry them for a short time. They did carry the color computers, of which the dragons are basically.
Oh, yeah, the dragon, the Celt, what's it called? Welsh people, yeah.
Yeah, the color computer 3 though is the US. Tandy upgraded the color computer with more graphics and more memory and a lot of other features, and that's what I've been using, and that's why you see, you can see more than the usual number of colors that you would see on a Dragon or a Coco on this one. And
is this machine, was it around the time of the Amiga or something like this? Or
yes, it came out in '86.
Right. Yeah.
So it runs a
500.
It came out around around the time, or just after the Amiga 1000, actually. Yeah, just after. It was a good computer. It has a 6809, the best 8-bit CPU. Well, officially the best 8-bit
second best
CPU. The second best, because there is a better one actually, which is an enhanced 6809. But it has a 6809. It had again, this officially up to 512K. It's actually got now more. Nowadays they pump it up to 8 megabytes. They can, but officially from Tandy it was up to 512. It had quite a few graphics modes and scrolling capability and all that sort of stuff, but it didn't have a sound chip. It did still lack a few things. So this game I've tried to include some decent sound. I don't know if you can actually hear them when I play the video here. Yep. I'll let it go on to the next level so I don't take up too much time. So yeah, a bit of an intro to what the color computer is before I talk about my game. So you can hear the lift opening there. Did that sound effect come through?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, that's from Star Trek, actually. I ripped it.
Hey, steal from the best, Nick. That's my motto.
That's right. Yeah. So the color computer has a DAC for sound effects. So it's sort of, you can play samples, which are really good, but the thing is, it does chew up your CPU time to do it. So I've generated routines which use the 6809's interrupt capabilities to be able to essentially run the DAC and the game at almost the same time. The next level is the machine press, which is a lot of, they're presses. So you've got to not walk under the press, obviously, or you get squashed. There will be robots that you have to deal with, which you can disable by throwing bombs, which I don't have any of the bombs on there as yet, but you can disable them.
Mission vibe on this screen.
It sort of is, yes.
Nice one.
It's actually way back in 1983, I think it was. I wrote a game called Donut Dilemma for the TRS-80 Model 1. It was sort of similar in that it had 10 levels. Each level had different machines. Later on, I did a game called Rupert Rhythm, which expanded on that. And what this game is basically a mashup between those two early games I did back in the 80s. But it was inspired by Mission Impossible, yes, which is a great game. So that's the first video. I do have another one. I wonder if, it's already jumped to it. Okay, all right. Well, here's another level, and I'll try speed up the video by just jumping to the different places. Okay. So yeah, you got things like elevators where you got to jump across elevators while they're moving.
And don't get ground up by the top or the bottom there.
Yeah, those green things, they're the security switches that you're supposed to get. In this version of the video, they're all green. They start red, and you're meant to make them green. So, oh, did you hear that sound effect? I'll just go back. Listen to when he falls off. Oh, this video doesn't have the voice. Damn it. Doesn't matter. There is speech in there as well. Here's another level. So the final thing will have robots on the platforms as well. So there's no robots on this video. I'll just move forward, just go through real quick.
One thing I'll mention on Nick's behalf too, he has an ongoing blog that he does on his website, nickmarentes.com. And he doesn't go into the technical aspects, like he doesn't talk about stack blasting and timing, you know, H-sync and V-sync and all that kind of stuff, but he does design elements. You know, like what would be a good gameplay to do on the Pacific level, or what certain things should you have to do. So it's more from a game developer's perspective at a high level, not at the low machine level.
Yeah. Well, if I got into all the technical, then you get a million questions from people asking you questions about programming, and before you know it, instead of developing a game, I'm doing a assembly language.
You're teaching a course,
and then I think, well, what do I really want to do? I want to finish the damn game, so I don't talk about any of that. I think this level might have the voices in it with a bit of luck. I have to wait when he falls off.
I gotta say, this looks great. This is right up my alley, man. Because I'm a big Donkey Kong guy. This looks outstanding.
It'll be more interesting when all the other elements of the game go in.
Yeah.
The bombs, the robots, and all that. So at the moment, it's still in development. Yeah.
I love the background too. I mean, this
background,
is top shelf. It's the look of this. I gotta say, I've seen plenty of your work, and this is at the tippity top. I mean, this looks great. It's this is what the CoCo 3 is capable of. It's very impressive.
Yeah,
I'm excited for this one.
It is a very capable computer. I think it was underutilized back in the day.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can do a fair bit with it. Anyway, that's. Oh, I'm going into another level. Okay.
How many levels? How many levels did you say this is going to have,
It's
Nick?
going to be 14
wow.
levels.
Okay.
And every level's got different machinery. There are others which are, more complicated machines as well. Everything from a hoist. Actually, I think the hoist is coming up after this, which you ride. Actually, I'll see if I can speed it up. This one's called the grinders. So basically, you got to not let yourself get hit by the grinders at the top or bottom, because these elevators don't go back down. So if you're on it, it'll push you straight up into a grinder. You've got to. Oh, did you hear the voice?
Crikey!
Crikey! So
I love it.
So, putting a bit of an Australian influence on it.
No,
I do love the. I did like the 3D effect you got going on the grinders as well. It's
Yeah, the
simple,
grinders.
Yes, it's outstanding.
I'll just speed it
And
up.
here's some of the robots.
The robots, yeah, they all spin on the spot. Here's the hoist.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so this one here, you actually have to ride a hoist to collect these packages. Because with this one, on the left and the right, you see the red security switches. If you collect a package, it changes them to green, which is what you're supposed to do, make them all green. But if you miss, and some of them do fall off the edge and into the fire pits, it goes back to red. So you're sort of running all over the place trying to catch these packages. It's essentially a dispatch room, and part of the building. Here's one that's falling. So this one up here, that'll go red. There it goes. So yeah, this one it's a bit of a mad race to get all the packages.
Can you catch a package while it's falling?
No. Once it's falling, it's going into the fire. You've got to get there in time to collect it before it falls off the platform. So it's pretty. It gets pretty hectic. but that's what that level has. Other levels are a bit different. Other levels you have to control lifts and all that, and charge them up in order to activate them. And yeah, I'm trying to add a puzzle element to each of the levels. So a bit of strategy, I guess.
It's got a little. It reminds me.
Doug mentioned
sort
it
of
needs more
Jumpman.
blood when he hits the grinder.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to keep it family friendly, but yeah, blood would have been.
There you go.
I've had that comment a few times. I said, "You need some blood." He said, "I do. I know I need some blood, but I don't know if I should."
Maybe you need two versions: the NC-17 version and the PG version.
That's right. Yeah, exactly.
That is.
And I was going to ask Nick, are you still planning on having that David Ladd speech sampling?
Yes, yeah, there is that.
Oh God, no!
We've got one guy in our color computer community, and he has this saying, whenever you say something and he's sort of gives you a sarcastic reply, he goes, "Really?" Exactly like that, actually. You say something, he says, "Really?" all the time. So what I've done is I've got a sample of him saying that, and that's in the game. And what I'm going to do is, at various points in the game, in the level, it'll check to see where your character is. Like when you're approaching a complex puzzle, say, or a machine or whatever, it'll detect when you reach that point, and then it'll stop the character. It'll take control off. He'll pause, and he'll be reluctant to move forward because he doesn't want to die. And he goes, "Really?" And then you control and you can continue. So a bit of personality in the character.
I love it. I love it. Hey,
it's in there. I just haven't coded that part in yet.
Nick, one thing I would like you to do, you've done a bunch of great games. In fact, I think we're covering Donut Dilemma on the next CoCo show.
Oh, okay.
Didn't that win the vote for the next one? Just to talk about
yes,
some of the, just give a brief list of some of your more recent games, because Nick has done some unbelievable work on the CoCo here recently.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess, the game I did before this, I vary between the Color Computer 2 and the Color Computer 3. I sort of mix between the two machines. My preference is for the Color Computer 3 because it has better graphics, it's faster, more memory, more capable. But I do every now and then try to do a Color Computer 1 and 2 / Dragon game as well, which has less memory, not as fast and all that, just for the sake of, because I can. So I've done a few games for the Color Computer 1 and 2 based on one called Pipes, which is based on Pipe Mania on the Amiga. I did a game called Rally SG, which is Rally X. So that's I did that for the Color Computer 1 and 2. And on the Color Computer 3, I've done, the last game before this one was one called Gunstar, which is a vertical shoot 'em up. And I've done other game. You really need to see the pictures, I guess. Popstar Pilot, yeah.
So you've got nickmarentes.com. I guess you could go here.
Yeah.
Are you still taking orders and all these things? Somebody want to?
Well, I'll always take money, I guess.
That's the spirit. That's what we want to hear.
There you go.
Listen, Nick is top shelf when it comes to these games. Gunstar is a great game. Pipes is fun. Rally SG, so they're all good. I like Popstar Pilot. I like Donut Dilemma. Nick has a real knack for this stuff. And this new game, I gotta say, Nick, this looks like you made it for me. I mean, it's right up my alley. I cannot wait for that to come out. What's the name of the new one again?
0 Hour.
0 Hour.
So basically, yeah, the bomb's gonna go off. So hence it's called 0 Hour. There's a timer, so you've got to get to the bomb before it goes off.
Very good. That's awesome, man. That sounds good. Anybody got anything you want to ask Nick before we turn him loose? All right, I guess you're free to go. Tell everybody over here we said hi, Nick, when you head over to what's the show you're going to?
The TRS-80 Trash Talkers.
Oh, tell those guys to change the name of their show, by the way, because that's when people call that the Trash 80, that's my hot button. You're gonna see a man get mean when that comes up.
Yeah,
because they used to tease me in school about that. I wanted to smack a sucker back in the day. So tell those guys, tell them to wise up, Nick, when you get over there.
No worries, we'll do.
Thanks, Nick, for coming in, man.
Okay, then. I'll let you go.
Very good, man.
Right.
Very good.
See you later. Thanks for having me.
Hey, thanks for coming, Nick. Great stuff.
Later, Nick.
All right.
All right.
See you. Bye.
Bye-bye, man. Listen, I saw a man sneak in here. He's a good pal of mine, and he just happens to run a pretty darn good company up in the Great White North. Frank, how are you doing tonight, man?
I'm glad. I figured there wasn't enough people with Retro Rewind T-shirts on the stream, so I figured let me just quickly hop up and
you sponsor every show on the internet. That's what do you want? What's been going on? What's been going on up there, Nick? How's everything going in Canada?
Great. Really busy. For the Canadians that are watching, you guys know very well we're in the middle of a federal election.
Oh,
and,
we know.
I'm not gonna lie, my time has been really geared towards it, like 16 to 18 hours a day. So glad it's coming to an end on Monday. Vote. I don't care who you vote for, just get out and vote. Apart from that, we got stacks and stacks and stacks of things that we are fixing. We actually have one this guy from Arizona by the name of Doug. We're actually working on his 600 right now.
I heard of
Never
that.
heard of him.
What a
Never
hack.
heard of him.
What a hack.
He's a bit of a pain in the butt to get stuff done, but that's kind of what we've been working on now that this election.
Yeah, you haven't got that other recap thing for that loser Aaron yet, have you?
Not yet.
I'm waiting for the postage to drop, pal.
Do you do
like
T-shirts, Frank?
A few of them here. Sorry, what's that, Dave?
Do you do T-shirts?
Yeah, you can Retrorewind.ca /goodies. You can get yourself your own Retro Rewind T-shirt.
Ooh,
like by the looks of it, 25% of the stream has.
Hey Frank, what's the next hot new thing you got coming in up there? Can you give us a little preview?
So we got the we got the CoCo SDC finally. I know that all the CoCo folks, we had a chat about this a couple of months ago.
Best
things got
multi-card of all time.
Those are
CoCo
solid
SDC.
gold. Yeah, those are solid gold money.
Absolutely. We've got the Jedi Linux Jedi's Amiga 1000 RGB to HDMI adapter. We will have the 600 one real soon.
Yes.
We've got our first in-person show in a very long time happening next Saturday here in Southern Ontario.
Oh.
The World of Retro Computers, which we will be at. I will be a keynote speaker with Sven Peterson, for those of you who might know him from Commodore 64 repair fame. Sven
Is that
and I
in
will
Cambridge?
be doing that's in Cambridge, yeah, at the World of
we
Retro
announced that
Computers.
one on CoCo Talk today because some of the CoCo guys are going to too.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. We got all these T-shirts are appearing out of nowhere. I love it. So we'll be doing a keynote there. I think it will be streamed. I'm not quite sure. I will ask the organizer, but I believe everything will be streamed. There's who's coming in? Noel from Noel's Retro Lab. I think Bill Hurd is going to come in and do a talk on his book. Sorry?
Ooh.
Yeah.
What's the fella's name?
And then
you just
Bill Hurd.
Bill Hurd. Okay.
You heard of him?
Yeah. Cute. That's cute.
I'd like to think almost everyone here knows who Bill Hurd is.
Yeah.
He just put out a book, which is fantastic. If you haven't read it yet, it's a great read. And we'll be doing a workshop on repairing your C64. And that's kind of what we've been up to.
Very good, man. And where can people
Frank.
reach you if they? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
That Amiga 600 RGB to HDMI, which one are you going to be producing? I mean, who's from whose source? Or can you not reveal that yet?
Not yet. I mean, we're so one of the things we do is anything that we sell that we actually don't create, we work out a deal with the creator, even if it is open source, right? I mean, we should always give back, right? I mean, I don't like to profit off other people's work. So anything that we don't actually create ourselves, we try to give back. So we're just waiting to finalize the actual deal, and then I'll be able to announce it. But it's the most common one. How's that? It's the one that's most common out there.
Very good.
I hope it's the one I think it is. I'll ask you offline and see.
Yeah.
But
it's the one that'll
if it is,
drop
I
in
have
the it's the one that'll drop in the slot there, right there, that you asked me to remove for the item that you asked me to remove. So I think we're talking about the same one.
Excellent.
Hey Frank, if you get a
Apart
chance,
from that,
if you get a chance on Doug's board there, swap a bunch of chips out. Just pick some up randomly off the counter and throw them in there. That's the way.
Just put a
that's the way-
couple pokies in there.
We call it the 10 mark shuffle. Just throw a couple in there, man.
Yeah.
I wonder if I can get a 6509 working on the day. That's fine.
And don't bother with those SMD caps. Just put some of those through the hole caps in there and solder them down. It'll be fine.
Dump some flux on that sucker, throw it in the mail. That's all you got to do.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. I did receive. I received a 3000 board, which is still wrapped up in here. That I think someone used a butane torch to replace the caps on because it actually has burn marks.
That's the way you
And
do it.
It always kills me.
You use a lighter.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's one way of doing it.
If it's also got burnt hair, it might have been me.
Yeah, that's the El Curtis Boy solder method right there. Well, listen, Frank, that sounds good. Where can they find you if they want you, Frank? Give us the address?
Retrorewind.ca.
There it is.
We try to sponsor the internet one little bit at a time. It's a lot of internet to sponsor.
Let me tell you something about Frank. Doug. Listen, me and Bo, we're a couple of idiots. If we send something to somebody, we don't know what's going on. But Doug is old school, and he wants it done right. He wouldn't be sending stuff up to Frank if Frank wasn't top shelf. Am I right, Doug?
Man.
That's right.
Absolutely true.
I just think everyone else was busy, personally.
There you go. Speaking of Doug, I look around this room at all these retro.
Speaking of Doug, can I share my screen for just a second?
Go ahead, Bo. Take over, man.
I'm going to be offended, aren't I, Boat?
This is going to be a burial, Doug. I don't have no idea what he's doing.
Oh, boy.
No. No, we're not sharing that. Get that out of here. Get that out of here.
That's it. That's all I'm going to say.
You and me ain't friends anymore, Boat.
Come on, man.
You and me ain't buddies anymore.
I don't endorse that, Doug. Let's go over it.
Now I got to make a whole new video on it.
No, don't bury him.
AJ is awesome.
Don't.
Oh, man.
Listen.
What's the point of EG?
Come on, John.
Come on, Bo.
I can tell the hours of craftsmanship Boat put into that feature there.
I think we now know where Boat's drinking level has gone so far this evening. So.
Listen, he can't drink enough to make that statement. Listen, speaking of our good friend Doug, 10 Mark, big time YouTube master. He's putting out the good stuff. We just released an excellent Chickenhead Chronicles. Again, I told Boat the other day, I got to give you credit, Doug, for making me watch videos about crap that I don't care about. That's the sign of a true master. And I've learned about 80 column mode on a C128 and all kinds of crazy stuff. The VIC-20. This guy's King Dong of Commodore. Let's give it up for Doug. What do you got for us, Doug?
Fantastic. Well, I think most of you hopefully know me, Doug from 10-Minute Amiga Retrocast. I've been doing this for a couple of years now. Actually, I just missed my 3rd anniversary, which was in August, and then I realized I didn't do anything for my 3rd anniversary of the show. I did it first and the second.
Happy anniversary, Doug. Happy anniversary.
Yeah, so I need to do something. Of course, I'm also still working on my 100th episode special. I'm on episode 109 now, and I'm still working on episode 100 to do that one. But
that's why you call it the Retrocast.
Exactly. Yes. By the time the shows get out, everything's already old. So, yeah. But at least, thankfully, it's always only 10 minutes. So, that's accurate too. But a couple things that I want to share today. One of them kind of is a last minute thing, just in honor of Sir Clive Sinclair passing this week.
Yes.
I noticed nobody's mentioned that, but I give the old ZX Spectrum,
Oh,
a little bit of ribbon.
So how many of us are going to correct him on that?
Some cheerful ribbing. But it's a great little machine, and I know you guys absolutely loved it. So I wanted to show you one of my latest acquisitions, which is the Timex Sinclair 2068, which is it's an upgrade to the Sinclair Spectrum. They've got extra memory in here. They have an actual audio chip, the same one that I think is in the Spectrum. What is it? The Spectrum 2 128 Plus, I think it's called. It uses the same audio chip, but it uses it in a different memory location. So completely incompatible with your software over there. Totally incompatible. It has some enhanced graphics modes, which I guess are pretty nice. A little bit better feeling keyboard. This isn't even though it's a chiclety, it's not like the dead flesh corpse meat keyboard. It's actual physical hard keys. So it's pretty cool.
Was that the official trademark name for that keyboard?
It is.
Absolutely.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. That is fleshy feeling.
Yep. And then it's got a ROM cartridge bay here for ROM cartridges, which is actually kind of cool. And this is cool. You guys know Sanxion, Tim from he works with Future was 8-bit and Pixel Guide, and you guys know him.
Yeah.
He put me on to a guy in North America who sells a ROM cartridge that plugs right in here, and boom, just like that, 100% European Spectrum compatibility.
Those used to be real rare too. Is he making those?
Yeah.
The guy that you're hooking up with, he making them?
He is.
Yeah, because those were you couldn't get those.
Bucks.
Oh,
yep.
What a deal!
$25.
That's those, and you get those Timexes. You can get those cheap if you find them. So that's not a bad deal to get a cartridge for that thing. That's not bad at all.
And I'll tell you what, I looked at it last week after Tim put me onto it, and I did one of those things on eBay, add to watch list.
Yeah.
So the guy who's selling it sees me adding it to my watch list. So this morning I wake up and I'm looking on my phone, and he makes me an offer. He says, "I'll give it to you for $20. You've been looking at it for weeks." Okay, I was going to buy it anyways, buddy, but hey,
yeah.
$5 is $5.
Yeah.
And this is miraculous. And my my friends from England may have to sit down for this one, but look at this here on a Sinclair.
Oh,
a power switch.
Burial.
Look at this. On, off, on, off. Just incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean,
Those are
the
handy.
things that we Americans come up with here. It's just amazing. So I'm looking forward to having some fun with this, and I'll do a special on it on this machine as soon as I get her all set up. It works beautifully. I've already had it hooked up.
Yeah. It'll win you over, Doug. I'm telling you, the ZX Spectrum library is a lot of fun, and it's infinite.
Yep. And the other cool thing, in honor of our friend Sir Clive, is a Sinclair QL, which
very nice.
These are weird machines.
Yeah.
I mean, 16-bit with an 8-bit data bus. So there's some limitations there, but actually really cool. It's a true multitasking computer.
Yes.
This thing was multitasking before the Amiga hit the market. Now its multitasking is a little bit weird. But it's also got these cool little micro drive cartridges, which are just these little tiny tape cartridges that are that big, that slot in there, and they hold like 100K of data or 64K of data.
Yeah.
This slot works fine. This slot acts funny, so I have to fix it. Now this one's unique because this is a 100% NTSC United States model.
Oh.
And I think if they sold 1,500 of these in the United States, I would have been surprised.
I didn't know they sold any, to be honest with you. I'm stunned.
They had 12 dealers in the United States in the 6 months or 8 months that they sold these. 12 dealers in all the United States. One of them was in Phoenix, and a friend of mine's father picked this up back in 84, 85, something like that. Again, the thing works perfect. I plugged it in, absolutely works perfect. I just picked up an adapter for it to hook it up to SCART to HDMI adapter like we use on our Amigas. So I'll be able to use it on any HDMI monitor. And another difference, if any of my European friends have a QL, in the United States version, they have actual 9-pin serial ports instead of the kind of custom funky ones that you guys use. That's another difference. Signal-wise, they're the same, but the configuration of the port is a little bit different.
So this thing has SCART on it? Is that it doesn't have
No.
it doesn't have what's it got on it for output, video output?
It's got RGB, so
Right.
it's an RGB to SCART cable is what I've got.
I see. I got you. I got you.
And then, but
that's
I've,
the easiest
I've
way
been,
to go to HDMI. Uh-oh. Oh no!
Hi, Doug.
Oh jeez, dadgummit. It was just getting interesting.
Be back in a second.
We'll give Doug a minute.
Oh, he's coming back.
He got so excited he must have hit the button.
There he comes.
Looks like his PC's got an on-off button too. There you are, Doug.
Word does this to me all the time. It just shuts off and restarts all the time. Drives
That's all
me
right.
in. Okay. Yeah, and the other cool thing about it, lots of cool things about the QL. It had networking built into it in 1984. You could hook up it's either like 16 or 64 of these you can hook up kind of in parallel and, you know, ultimately have them talk to each other. They make graphics user interfaces for these, nice GUIs. I'm going to have fun with it. It's kind of cool.
You're coming to the dark side, Doug. Finally, I'm glad to see it, man. There's more to the world than just your Amiga. You got next. You'll be buying a big old Atari STE and sitting it over there too.
Oh, they're great.
Oh boy.
David.
I'm trying to remember. Is the cute?
Yeah, there you
right
go.
there.
I knew you had one.
There's my Atari 800.
See, Doug play. He talks a
Absolutely love
big
it.
game, but he loves all computers. Come on, admit it, Doug.
I
You're a
do.
big fan. I know.
I do. I absolutely love
I
all
love
of them.
it.
I absolutely love all of them. My favorite console that I've ever had is this Atari 7800 back
Oh
here.
yeah, man.
I play that thing all the time. I love the 7800 games. I love that you can put the 2600 games in them.
Yeah.
Absolutely wonderful little do
Yeah, I love that too. Do you have any trouble getting the cartridges in and out of yours?
No.
I have all kinds
No,
of trouble
there's-
getting mine out.
One cartridge that does not fit in properly,
Yeah.
but I kind of forced it in, and now it fits in fine.
There you go.
So I think I cracked the case a little bit.
That
But
would explain it.
That's all right. Yeah.
So, Doug, I have a question. I'm not super familiar with the QL. Is that a 68008 when you were mentioning it's a 16-bit processor on an 8-bit bus?
It is 68,008 CPU in there, which was an interesting.
Okay, yeah, because the Coco had an upgrade card very briefly sold. It was basically the same thing, trying to latch it on the bus. So curious.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Interesting choice of processor, but pretty cool. It works.
Yeah, wacky.
There's an interesting story about the QL and a game called Bandersnatch that was originally for the ZX Spectrum. Do you guys know that story?
I have heard. I've heard the tale. Right, it was ultimately never released. The company went out of business, and then it got
Yeah.
released on the Amiga, at least as a very, very bad mouse controlled game. Horrible.
Well, that's right. Yeah, I mean, it started out with a company called Imagine that were writing this so-called mega game, and there was huge advertising and a lot of press behind it. And then
That effectively
Imagine
killed them. Yeah.
Imagine went bust, and apparently Sinclair Research then offered to fund the game to be released on the QL. You know, as a kind of game that would,
flagship game or
yeah, like
something?
a flagship game or something like that. Yeah, but they never managed to finish it. And so Sinclair withdrew the funding, and then they switched over and wrote it for the ST and the Amiga. And those guys set up a little company called Psygnosis, and they were that was their first release. And it was called
remember that.
Braticas. Braticas. It was
horrible game. It is just the dirt worst. And when it comes to control, yeah.
You
But I
guys did a
believe
review
that
on
there
that,
is
didn't you?
actually working code for the Sinclair QL that you can that's available somewhere. I'm not sure, but you can actually. They did have some kind of working demo, but yeah, it was an interesting
to
story.
try that out.
Yeah.
Okay. The second thing, unless anyone else has any comments about what we just talked about.
Go, Doug.
And, okay. The second thing I wanted to talk about. Now, a few weeks ago, I did a episode on the Amiga motherboard, which is the Amiga 3000 motherboard reborn, done by Chucky Hertel. I think most of you Amigans at least know who Chucky is.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. And it is a new imagining of the Amiga 3000 motherboard where you can implement your existing chips, your existing ports, and then Chucky redesigned the board. I got mine in. I paid a pretty penny for it. It was broken. There were some SMD capacitors that just had fallen off in shipping. The RGB port wasn't working. The 68030 had a bad MMU. So it was a lemon, but Chucky's taking care of everything. He just emailed me today and he showed me pictures of the board he's remaking me. So it's cool. I'm not upset at all about it, and it's a fantastic board. But it brings me to what I want to talk about. In 1997, my beloved Amiga 3000, which is in pieces right there, completely and totally died. Absolutely loved it. Went through all of college with it, did all my college homework on it. I had a PC since 1995. Couldn't stand it. Did most of my stuff on the Amiga anyways, all the fun stuff. My Amiga 3000 just up and died. Turned it on, black screen, sometimes gray screen. I spent hours trying to fix it. So on the shelf it went, and I went on with my life. When I got back into the Amiga scene in 2018, I spent a little time seeing if I could get the old 16 megahertz Amiga 3000 to work. Nothing. Dead as a doornail. Couldn't get it to work. Back on the shelf. So I get this new board from Chucky that replaced a 25 megahertz Amiga 3000 I have. And the board is bad, so it's going back to Chucky. I thought, one more time. That's it. One more time, I'm going to pull this 16 megahertz machine off the shelf and I'm just going to plug it in and just see what happens. I took this thing off the shelf, put it on my desk, plugged in my power supply, stuck a couple of ROMs in there, boom, cracked off perfectly. I thought it was a mistake. I thought I was hallucinating. Power it down, power it back up. There's Kickstart screen. Absolutely perfectly. And I couldn't believe it because you would have no idea how many hours I put into this board. So I thought, okay, maybe I had a bad backplane in the Amiga 3000. Let me get you a better shot of it here. The Amiga 3000 has this backplane here where you plug in your expansion cards. And I thought, okay, maybe my backplane on my original board was bad. And I used the backplane from my second machine, plugged it in. Okay, that's probably what the problem was and why I could never get it working over the years. So then I put in my old backplane, the original one, still absolutely perfect working condition. I could not get this thing to crash. So I thought, this is a miracle machine. This is a resurrection machine. All right. So the next thing I tried after I got, the hard drive working on it and everything is I had, and I'm trying to get my tripod off of here. 1 second. Oh, there it is. I had this Retina Z3 card. Now, this is a really nice, a retargetable graphics card that will allow your Amiga to work in 16 million colors. Like that right there, that's an 800 by 600 in 65,000 colors right there, that screen is. So this retargetable graphics card was dead. I used it in my Amiga 4000 for 2 years. It started shutting down on me, started giving me errors. And then within about 2 weeks, dead. You go to the early boot up screen on the Amiga, it would tell you bad card, bad card, bad card. I cleaned it all up. I took all the chips out, put them back. Nothing would bring that thing back to life. Guess what happened the first time I plugged it into the Resurrection Amiga 16 megahertz? Just like that, perfect screen, absolutely no problem at all. I've not had a lick of problems with this retargetable graphics card since I put it in this machine. But it doesn't stop there. If you look down in here, this card right here with all those RAM chips on it, that's a really nice, it's a Phase 5 Z3 fast lane card. This card handles up to 64 megabytes of RAM in your Amiga, and it's got really, really, really fast SCSI 2 on it. Okay, this is not even supposed to work in my Amiga because I've got the wrong, well, Chris will know what I'm talking about, but it's got this has a Buster 7 chip in it, and that card only works with Buster 10 or 9, 10, or 11. So it's not even supposed to function. And the nice gentleman that sent it to me, Level Lord, I think you guys on Amigos know who Level Lord is. Mike, he's a fantastic guy.
Yeah.
He sent this to me. He said, Doug, this board is busted. This board doesn't work. He said, maybe there's something you can do with it, but this thing, it's never worked. So I haven't tried it. I haven't had a chance to try it. I put it in the Resurrection Amiga 3000. The first time I booted it up, if you guys have ever booted an Amiga with a bad card, you'll get a red screen, and it'll say right on the screen, it'll say, such and such card, bad, such and such card, bad. And it did exactly that. So I thought, well, all right, I'll try cleaning the contacts just to be safe. Cleaned up the contacts, put this card in here that's not even supposed to work in my Amiga. Again, boom, like that. Absolutely perfect. This has 16 megs of RAM on it. Absolutely perfect. working in a machine it's not even supposed to work in. Unbelievable. I was just beside myself because now I've got 3 really expensive toys for my Amiga 3000 that haven't worked. I put them in this machine, boom, everything works perfect. Now, my next quest is my A2386 bridge board. It's a 386 bridge board. That died a couple of years ago. I can still get a screen on it, but it just airs out anytime I try to do anything with it. And I think the battery, the Varda battery leaked on it and damaged some traces. I'm going to try that in here, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to put it in here, and it's just going to magically work perfectly too. So the moral of the story is, if you've got bad Amiga cards, bad Amiga products, bad Amiga anything, send them to me. I will wave them over my Amiga 3000. You know, we'll just do a little wave over here, and I guarantee your board or your device will start working again, because this thing's, look here, I broke my LED. This thing is just enchanted in some way. I've been so thrilled with it.
You've already got a couple of offers in the chat, I will mention.
Yeah. Send them on down.
I like someone wants to put their checkbook in there. That's my favorite. Smack.
And Frank says, I have 6 Zorro cards I'm sending you, Doug. Plug them in and bring them back to life and send them back.
Exactly.
Doug, what do you attribute that to? In all honesty, I mean, for example, the Level Lord card, did it look like the edge connector was tarnished or anything? I mean, what do you figure on that?
It did not look tarnished like any of these things. When we clean them off, of course, we get a little bit of gunk that comes off of them. You know, the Q-tip's a little dirty.
Yeah.
But it wasn't bad.
Yeah.
You know, reseat a couple of chips, just make sure. And it just came up. It just worked perfect. Now, that card is a honey because it will very easily go up to 64 megabytes of RAM. I just have to get some 4 megabyte 30-pin SIMs. And of course, I'm already looking for them. 64 megs of RAM. It'll even handle 256 megs of RAM. If you put a different ROM in there, you have to get a special ROM, and then it will handle 256 megabytes of RAM. If I could find, 16 megabyte 30-pin SIMs, and I would need 16 of them.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck, sir.
Good luck with that one.
Hard to find. It's not going to be hard to find the 4 meg chips to get it up to 64 megs, but to get it up to 256, I think would be a challenge. I've just been pleased as punch. Now, the 16 megahertz 030 machine, Amiga, is not fast in an A3000. Literally, my Amiga 1000 right here with that beautiful RGB to HDMI from Linux Jedi displaying that picture right there. This machine is so much faster using its 020 processor in my classic 520 right here with 8 megs of RAM and a nice fast hard drive interface. This machine literally feels 4 times faster than my 68030 16 megahertz machine.
I love it.
And it's because the RAM is so much faster. It's just, 8 times, 10 times faster the RAM chips are. And the hard drive controller is 3, 4, 5 times faster. So it just makes everything feel faster on the machine. But I love my Amiga 3000. It was my dream machine when I was a kid. I drooled over it, saved every penny to get this beautiful machine. And I'm just so glad it works again.
Yeah.
So big plans for it. But when my regular Amiga board comes back from Chucky in a few weeks, hopefully, I'm going to have 2 working Amiga 3000s. And one of them I'm going to put in this huge tower case that I have, that the Amiga 3000 25 megahertz originally came in. It's a custom tower case. I'm going to decide which one I'm going to put in there, but I'm going to bring that machine back to life too. Should be fun.
Very good.
How's the shipping experience you had between here and there? Regardless of anything, right? I mean, I've never shipped nothing that far. Just thoughts?
To sending it over to Sweden as cheaply as possible was like $88.
Yeah.
Sending it back from Sweden over to here was like $50.
Yeah.
Because the United States absolutely hoses us on shipping.
Yeah.
It's a crime. I can literally have something shipped over from Italy or Germany, and it will get here cheaper than if I have it shipped from, God bless them, Frank's place.
Yeah.
Or someplace in America. It comes cheaper, and it often comes faster. If you ship me something from New York and they ship me something from England, I'll pay less from England and it'll get here 3 days earlier. It's just
Where are you?
it's sad
Doug?
and pathetic. What's that?
Where are you, Doug?
Tucson, Arizona.
That's weird.
Tucson, Arizona.
Yeah, I experienced the opposite. If I order something from the EU or the UK, man,
It's a
forget
crapshoot
about
though
it.
right now with the disease going on and stuff. It really is. Sometimes you get real lucky and sometimes you don't. I mean, it can be lost for a long time, and the prices are wacky too, man.
I know all the guys at the stores in Europe, David, and I tell them to ship it slowly to you just to piss you off. They got it marked in their computer.
appreciate
It's David C.
That explains
no,
it.
okay. Put it on the back.
Send it by boat.
Oh God.
Love
So I have
you,
a question
David.
for you, Doug. I have a question for you. The Miracle machine here, do you think it's because, like you're mentioning, it runs quite a bit slower RAM and it's a little bit slower, CPU speed, so the bus speeds would probably be a bit slower too. Do you think that's why everything's working in it? Because maybe it's timing problems
Yeah,
with some of the
that's what
higher
I was
speeds?
thinking. Or voltage, maybe.
You could be absolutely right. It
Yeah.
could be because the cards that failed, I'd been using on my Amiga 4000, and that's running much faster. That's a 66 megahertz 060 machine. So yeah, it could be a timing issue. I even suspect it might be because I have an older, they call it the Buster chip that controls the Zorro slots. I'm even thinking maybe some of these cards like the older chip a little bit better, and it's maybe a little bit more compatible because the chip itself runs slower. I don't know. I'm going to try these in my Amiga 4000 again and see if I can get them to work.
Hey, so listen, you've got the
Well,
secret
it's,
formula there. You're lucky. At least you know you've got one
Mhm.
that's solid as a rock. So
Yep.
that's always something to hang your hat on. Hey, before I move on, Doug, tell us about, because you run the premier Amiga art contest, and tell us about how to enter that, when it's coming due, and when you're going to go over and award all the presenting of the awards to the artists.
I will, but it looked like my friend Chris here had
Oh,
something
I'm sorry.
to
Go
comment
ahead,
on.
Chris. Get in there.
Now that he's got a mouthful of food. No pressure, Chris.
But said, first off, when your Amiga 3000 broke, were you in Arizona?
Yes.
Oh, because Kevin had a idea that the Arizona heat reflowed your board and made it work again.
Guys, I had this Amiga 3000 in a storage unit, an external metal storage unit that I rented from 1997 until 2018. And it gets to be about 115 degrees outside in the summer. So inside a metal storage unit, it's going to be 140 degrees in there easy. And it was in there.
So you
for
basically
almost 20
reflowed the
years.
solder every
Yeah,
year then. at this
reflowed
point.
all the solder, fixed it. Yep. I suspect maybe that had something to do with it. Yes, the Amiga Art Contest. This is our third year that we've been doing it. I co-host it with my good friend Vicky, who you guys may know as Pixel Vixen. She's doing less Amiga stuff now and more manga stuff, but she's still a great girl. And what I thought was that I would love to find a way to get people to really use their Amigas again for something more than just playing video games, which is wonderful. I play video games on my Amigas, but to use them for what they were really, really designed for, which is creativity, music, animation, video, that kind of thing. So I came up with this idea to host an art contest where people could send us in artwork that was created on the Amiga. It started out just 3D images, hand-drawn images, and photo editing. And now it's expanded. Last year we added a music category, which was quite cool. We had some great music. And this year we've added an animation category because, of course, the Amiga was just absolutely phenomenal for animation back in the late 80s and early 90s. And so we get submissions of hundreds of pictures and hundreds of edited files from people. And then Vicky and I go through and we try and determine what the best ones are, and we offer prizes for the winners of certain categories. And this year, our absolutely fantastic friend Frank from Retrorewind.ca, is offering gift certificates as one of the prizes for the winners of the art contest. So if you want some free Amiga goodies, send me your Amiga artwork. You can send it to art@amigaartwork.com. If we can put that in the chat, that'd be great. Anything you've created on an Amiga, from an Amiga 1000, and I don't care if it's an Amiga 5000, one of the new ones that's running on PowerPC. I don't care if you do it in WinUAE, and I also don't care if you just do part of it on the Amiga and part on a Mac and part on a PC. Just let me know what the Amiga portions are, so that's the part we can really, brag about. We've also got other prizes, like Amiga Kit is offering, and Aeon, I should say, Aeon really is offering copies of Image Effects, the paint program, which is what I did a lot of that in, and where I edited that to work on the Amiga. I didn't create it. Kevin Saunders created that for me. Copies of Image Effects, copies of Personal Paint, and Amiga Kit is offering an Amiga 1200 card, and Chris knows this card. It's the 8 megabyte RAM card that you can also flash various ROMs to and actually boot the thing to Kickstart 1.3, 2.x, 3.0, 3.2. On boot up, you can select which ROM to boot to, and they're really nice little RAM cards. I like mine quite a bit. And also some copies of Amiga OS 3.2 for winners of the contest. You can check out AmigaArtwork.com for information about that. But anybody with any creativity, send me your stuff. If you've created something 20 years ago on your Amiga and you've got it on a floppy disk, send it. I'd love to see your old stuff too, and it's just as applicable as anything new that you created. So, any questions about the art contest?
I know I watched last year. I watched your awards presentation, and it really was fun. And I will say the art I don't know how they're going to top last year's, Doug. I mean, you're seeing what's coming in, but I mean I couldn't believe it. It was astounding. And the music, it was outstanding, and I really enjoyed it. I'm looking forward to the next one for sure.
Well, let me tell you what, the music category this year, I'm getting some people sending in some music, and I'll drop a name here. Paulie Alex Bow. Some of you guys may know her. She sent me some music that she did on the Amiga. I've literally listened to it in my car as I'm driving along. It's that good. So there's some really, really good stuff coming, but we need more. So keep sending it on in.
Very good. So,
do you also have a website for getting artistic talent? Because then maybe
I would like to go to that website because.
There you go.
There you go.
He's gone to the website.
He literally beamed over to it. He must have hit that chord again. Clearly, Doug hasn't seen Boat's offerings or mine on the art contest, because there's no hope for people like us, and there's no contest going to take it up. Try again, Doug. You were saying?
Oh, and I said that's the irony of it, is I don't particularly have any artistic abilities when it comes to animation or 3D or hand drawing artwork on the Amiga. I'm no good at it. I love to do photo editing on it. That's
you had that fantastic entry last year. I saw your artwork. It was good. Or maybe it was the year before. I thought you had an entry.
And your photos.
Oh no, I enter it every year.
Yeah, I enjoy your photo work too, Doug. Don't sell yourself short, pal.
That's what I do. Is I edit photos on my Amiga. That's what I love doing. Is I love image effects. I love editing photos, doing creative things. So
very good, very good. Well, heck, that was awesome, Doug. Please, everyone, head over to www.amigaartwork.com. Get the scoop, and then check this out when they do the awards presentation. It is really a sight to behold, and you see a lot of stuff you didn't think was possible on an Amiga. I'll tell you that right now, man. Good stuff, Doug. Thanks a lot.
And we have a lot of fun doing it.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, everybody. I appreciate it.
you know, we're gonna go from the Dougster to a longtime pal of mine, a great guy, the Thunder from Down Under, the man with the plan, the drum master, Graham W. Woebcke. Graham, good to see you. What do you got in store for us today, man?
Quite a mixed bag of things, actually.
Good.
Firstly, how am I looking? I've got my new camera set up.
You look great, dude.
You're fine, man.
Yeah. It's a one of these Canon M50 Mark IIs, and it does clean HDMI out, and it seems to be really good. So I'm glad everyone else is thinking it's nice and clear as well.
Yeah, it's dandy.
Okay,
well, guys, listen, I'm going to have to head off just before you get started because the sun's already coming up here. I can see it coming through my window.
No worries, man. Thanks for coming in, dude.
But I'll watch the rest. I stayed a lot longer than I planned because I was really enjoying it, and I wish I could stay a bit longer. But it's I thought I better just say goodbye and thank you once again, and good luck, Graham. I'll try and check this out because it's recorded, right? It'll be on Twitch, and I can see it later. Yeah,
and on YouTube. No worries.
All right, I look forward to it. All right,
take it easy,
take
dude.
care, guys. Yeah. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
See ya.
Carry on, man.
Okay, no, that's cool. So this is, I don't know if you guys have been following the news in Australia, but this is the 15th week I've been in lockdown, and I haven't been able to travel more than 5 kilometers from my home. So Amazon has been a bit of a godsend for me because it's one of the few things that still gets through. I think Nick's probably in lockdown. Is he still in? No, he's gone to the other stream.
I'm sure he is, though, yeah.
Amazon has given me the ability to finally get Dr. Pepper.
Is that a rarity down there?
It is absolutely as rare as hen's tea. Hang on. Yeah. So that took about 12 weeks to get
David Ladd's drink of choice.
Yeah. Goes good with that.
Oh, no, nothing goes good with that. Or are you kidding? Get that out.
Paint stripping goes well with that.
No. Vegemite's wonderful.
You don't actually mix those, do you? Please tell me you don't do that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Vegemite
good.
sandwich with a Dr. Pepper.
That's like an epic hack right there. That's, holy smokes.
Okay. Gags aside now. Gag literally for some of you probably.
Yeah, literally gagging. But go on.
One thing I wanted to say, a few things. This book that I talked about before, I hope the video is not mirrored anymore and you can actually read the words I'm holding up.
Yeah, perfect.
So this is the Gremlin in the Works books from Bitmap Books, which I talked about a couple of ICCs ago. It's going to become available again. So for those that are interested in the story behind Gremlin and you know how all the games came about and some of the design processes and all that, you can actually order this from October. So it's been out of print for quite a while, and instead of it being boxed and presented in 2 separate books, they're going to reprint it as one book. So if that's something that takes your fancy and you're into Gremlin graphics at all, jump on board on that in October. Something else that I picked up from Amazon, this is going to be a bit hard to see maybe. It's not going to be in focus.
Back it up a little bit there. There you go. It'll focus in
Got
there.
it?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so this is a thing that I got for when I have to start traveling again with work, which will be 2023 at this stage by the looks of things. It's called a Porta-Power USB adapter, and what it does is when you are traveling and you need to charge your phone or your iPad or whatever, it actually blocks the data connectivity on the USB port itself. So you can put it into the USB port and then you put your charging cable into this device and you have absolutely no worries about someone trying to, hack your phone while it's plugged in being charged.
Does that happen?
When you're traveling, there's all sorts of scams and stuff going on.
Oh, geez.
It's just like you know, Wi-Fi. You just don't connect to any Wi-Fi network when you travel because, you know, all sorts of stuff can happen to your data, or you can lose your, you know, your financial information if you're on a website and you're pumping that stuff in. So anyway, it's just another precautionary method for when I start traveling again. And it works really well. I've tried it here where I've connected my phone into the computer and I can no longer connect to the physical memory on the phone. So I'm going to trust that this device works really well. But if that's something that concerns anyone, then I can thoroughly recommend the PortaPower version 3, the red one, data blocker it's called. Those of you who know me know I'm right into the GameCube. So some of the other things that I have got recently are some Club Nintendo. Is that in focus? I can't tell.
There you go. Yeah, I got it. Oh,
From
yeah.
Japan. These are all Japanese. So that's the Pac-Man Club Nintendo disc. This is one that was handed out in 2000 and focus, 2004. And then I have these two as well. So there are a few others that I'm looking for. But I've started my collection of these Club Nintendo discs now.
What do those do, Graham, exactly? I'm not familiar with those.
They basically have demos of the games on it.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So this one here has, for example, a demo of Wind Waker, and some of the other ones have got Smash Brothers demos where you can play one scene and all that sort of stuff.
Are those collectible? I mean, do those fetch a price?
They weren't that expensive because they're demos basically, so not everyone is after them. So
Yeah.
I just thought it was something niche and Japanese GameCube related to target.
Yeah, that's neat.
So yeah, that's going to continue the growth of my Japanese GameCube stuff. I bought a piece of art for my room, which I haven't framed yet, but it's computer related. And Aaron, you can hold back the vomit when I open this up.
Oh no! Oh God! Why'd you have to say that? I know it's gonna be bad.
No, it's Apple IIc.
Oh jeez.
Which was the first computer that we had in our house, and the Apple II was the first computer that I ever used in my school library in 1982. But the Apple IIc was the first home computer that I had, and my father insisted on buying that instead of the Commodore 64 or the TRS-80. But
it's a nice print.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. I got it from Redbubble. They operate all over the place, and they have other types of prints as well. So I've just got to get a frame for that, and I'll put that up. What else have I got? I'm reading my notes off my Remarkable, which has been absolutely life-changing for me anyway. No longer do I have to search for pieces of paper. It's basically an e-ink,
like a writable deal.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
writable.
that's neat.
Right on it. You can change page templates on it as well. HSI talks about it on Discord all the time. They've just added functionality now where you can actually screen share. So if you're on the same Wi-Fi network as the Remarkable tablet, you can actually physically write on the tablet and people can watch what you're writing on their screen. Which is quite nice.
Man.
Particularly if you're a teacher, that could come in handy.
Yeah.
There are other things that you can do with this as well, like send things to print, to email. You can create PDFs and all sorts of stuff with it. Totally life-changing for me. Next thing I'm going to talk about now, another book. Rest of it's going to be books, basically. I bought this book, the Japanese role-playing book from Bitmap Books, and I had hoped it was going to be of the same caliber as this one, which I also got from Bitmap Books. But unfortunately, I know whether I'm too fussy or not, I don't know. But I was hoping that this book here would be written from the perspective of someone in Japan who grew up with like a PC-88 or something like that, playing the games. But instead, it's written from enthusiasts of Japanese RPG games that didn't really live in Japan, or maybe a couple of the authors did. But it was a little bit disappointing for me. It was more like a catalogue book with a little bit of meat in there. It was just it wasn't like the other book. So if that's a book that interests you, don't let me put you off it, because my opinion may vary. But I was just expecting a little bit more based on the other book that I had read, but different authors and whatnot.
You do recommend the other one?
Oh, the other one's fantastic. Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Another book that I just recently have got, but I haven't started reading it yet, is this book here, Breakout: How the Apple II Began. It's a David Craddock book, and I'm really keen to read that. Being the Apple II nut that I am. But I need to finish this one first.
There you go.
Because I'm only about halfway through this. I need to finish it first. It's actually really, really good.
That's Bill Lajudas, isn't it? That co-wrote that one, or wrote it. He's been around the block, man. I remember him from back in the days on the Shane Armin Rose forums, back in the old retro gaming radio days. So I mean, he's been around the block for a long time. I'll give that guy credit.
Yeah.
He knows his stuff.
Yeah. So,
yeah, co-written with Boise Pete. So
Boise was in there too. There you go.
Yeah, so it's a really, really good book, and even if you never have used the Coco and you're just interested in them, that book, fantastic. Okay, last thing I wanted to talk about was the Switch. I've been playing quite a bit of Switch. Here's one that Boat could probably use.
We never want to show that to Boat, for God's sakes. Are you kidding me?
Hey, if it teaches him to sing, go for it.
That's it. Trust me, he's unteachable. He's a music teacher, for God's sakes. If he hasn't picked it up by now, he's never going to get it.
Now, a few of the titles that surprised me on the Switch that are actually a lot better in the performance, because a lot of people worry, it's Switch is a handheld, you might not get 60 frames, and or it might be frame locked at 40 or 60, or 30. The Witcher. Now, I don't know if you guys probably a lot of people have played this on PC or on PlayStation or something else. It's actually really playable on the Switch. It is locked at only 30 frames though.
Yeah.
So if you can handle that, it's actually a really playable version of it. It's quite nice to have handheld.
I would have never guessed they were going to release that on the Switch. That's a stunner.
Yeah.
People get too worked up about those frames. Are you kidding me? I got a VCR over here. These suckers need to get over that crap.
Original film's 24 frames
That's
per second.
right. What are we doing here?
Well, since they made that TV series, I'm sure they're going to re-release The Witcher on anything they can.
Well, yeah, you're probably right, Dave.
Another game that's really good is Assassin's Creed Black Flag. The fourth one in the series. That is also exceptional on the Switch. Haven't had any issues playing that at all. Hours and hours of fun with that, especially if you like pirate games. dare I say, it's better than that. What is it? Sea of Thieves or whatever garbage that coming out on Xbox. Another game that I've spent too much time on is Diablo 3. What they've managed to do on this, all they've done is they've downscaled the art to 720p basically on that. But it is such an approachable and playable game on the Switch. If you've ever played Diablo and you just want something Diablo-like on the go, get a Switch and play that. It's fantastic. There are some other masters that have just come out. I haven't played this one yet. I only picked it up, Borderlands.
Oh yeah, that one I've played.
Yeah.
I've played the second one anyway.
Borderlands 2 is the best of the three, I think, as well. I played that quite a lot on the 360.
Does that have any multiplayer on the Switch?
I believe it does on the same screen, so each person gets a Joy-Con. But don't quote me on that, because I haven't actually tried it.
Yeah.
But that's my belief of it. What else have I got? A game that I know Boyle loves.
Yeah, that is a great one, though. I mean, that game was a big deal when it came out.
Yeah, to be honest, I get a bit bored with it. But I know a lot of people love it.
Yeah.
These are fantastic as well. The Metro games on the Switch, they've worked some voodoo magic to make these run as well as they do on the Switch, I can tell you. Probably the best shooting games on the Switch out of everything. The last game that I'm going to show on the Switch is one that I actually supported the initial Kickstarter for on Xbox, and that's Mutant League Football.
Oh yeah, we know that one.
And that game also plays exceptionally well on the Switch. So if you like Mutant League Football on the Genesis Mega Drive, then you can pick that up and play that now on the Switch. Or
Was
on
that
PC
written from
or
the
Xbox.
ground up? Did they completely do a complete do-over on that?
Honestly, I don't know. But it plays well. So whatever they've done a good job. And,
that was a fun game. Wacky. Real wacky.
Yeah,
but fun. Yeah.
Yeah. It's good fun. It's good fun. Okay. That's really all I wanted to say. Thanks for having me on.
Very good, Graham. Hey, do you want to pitch your drum outfit while you're here?
Red Cymbals. Yeah, I guess you say I'm an ambassador of Red Cymbals. I've been fortunate enough to, get all sorts of gear and whatnot sent to me. I've bought a lot of cymbals off them as well. I ended up trading in all my Zildjian cymbals. So if anyone follows music and knows about Zildjian, they are a Turkish company that's been around since the 1600s. And for me to trade those cymbals in, which I used to play in the Kiss cover band with all those years ago.
Kiss cover band. Wait a minute. Hold the phone. Did you guys go out in full attire with the makeup and everything, Graham?
Is this the makeup era or the
no? This is the non-makeup era.
Oh, because I was hoping.
No, that's no. Yeah, you need
I was hoping the Peter Chris makeup you would have a picture maybe somewhere with you in full
attire. Catman.
So we're talking more like Lick It Up, Heaven's on Fire, that era.
Exactly right. Yeah, but to be honest, I wouldn't fit in the Catman outfit, so there's no way I'm gonna. So
I've got a question for you, Graham.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So all these years that I've heard the guys talking about you, they always introduce you as Graham W. Woebcke. What's the W stand for? I've wondered that literally for like 2 years.
Okay. It's for my middle name, William.
Okay. There you go.
I'm actually named after my father, so I don't like using Junior or the second or any of those kinds of things. So I separate my name from his using the W in the middle. It's just
See,
find
that
it
sounds
more
so
appealing.
regal, though. Graham William Woebcke the second. You know, that just sounds like you should have a cup of tea.
You also sound like a
and,
wanker, so that's why I don't do it.
Well, there's that.
That's when the butler comes and brings you your symbols. And
I think you ought to get a kickback from Bitmap Books, because every time you show one, I end up spending a lot of money over there.
Oh, okay.
I've got a couple I'm going to show later on. Yeah.
I'll mention to Sam that I need an affiliate code.
There you
There
go.
you go. Graham's your hookup. Good stuff, Graham.
Yeah,
Thanks,
no
Graham.
worries.
I love it. I love
Thanks,
it,
Graham.
man.
Aaron, I do have a question.
Yeah,
Will
man.
Edvin be doing a presentation on his
There you-
spring setup around his chairs? Because he keeps popping back up every time he tips
Listen.
over. I'm curious to see what the
It's
technology
like a
is using there.
Weebelo.
He's like one of those Weeble Wobble toys.
Weebelo.
He's the
He's
original
got to have
fall
like
guy.
massive springs on either side of him because he keeps popping right back up.
Yeah. Listen, it's like 4 a.m. over in his country. He's
He's been having this instead of beer, I think.
Poor guy. We'll monitor his progress as the show moves on.
You should just zoom him up for the rest of the
Yeah.
presentations. We can watch him and just listen to everybody else.
You know, speaking about almost
like the
falling out
perfect
of your
screensaver.
chair. Yeah, there you go. Let's move on to the mad genius himself. He's had a few tonight, I'd wager. I've seen him tipping a few back. There he comes. Let's give it up for our good pal, Chris Edwards. What's going on, Chris?
What you do though? I'm off to bed. Thanks, folks.
Good night, Dave.
Night, Dave.
See you, buddy.
I'm
Dave.
Dave.
Hi guys. How you doing?
Real good.
So, all this talk of Cocos and Ataris and stuff, I have to refresh the air with a real computer.
Oh, burial.
I reached out to a couple people, and if you've ever heard of a fella goes by the name of Rob Smith, he's over in the United Kingdom there. He makes this little Arduino board. It's known as the Drawbridge. They kind of did some wordplay on the word draw. It stands for disk, reader, and writer. It's like a little tiny board that I forgot where I put it. I have the finished one. It goes inside one of these cheap Chinesium e-booger USB floppies. I got this floppy drive for like $10, free shipping from China or whatever, California. I ordered the board from Rob, and the board itself was very cheap, 25 pounds, quid. The issue is, like Doug said earlier, I think the United Kingdom is trying to pay for Brexit through USPS shipping. So I had to pay 52 pounds to get this damn board. So it was literally 3 ounces, if that. You take one screw out of the bottom of this turd, slide it forward, replace the USB cable, this entire thing that's 3 feet long, and you run one program that takes care of everything. And I'm actually going to show you on screen what it does. So inside here, I have a legitimate copy of, of the real Ghostbusters. And the reason for this is every one of us has shoe boxes full of these backups that we've had since our younger days. And if you can't find them on WHD load, or if you had something you wanted to rip and you don't have Amiga discs. Here's a perfect example. You go on eBay and you buy yourself an Amiga 500, 1200, 600, 2000, 3000 if you're rich, 4000 if you're richer. And you need Workbench discs because of whatever reason. You can invest in one of these. Yeah, you can do a GoTech. You can do many options. But if you wanted an actual disc, let's say 35, 40 bucks total in with shipping and everything, minus the UK crap, you're good to go. So I'm going to show you what this does. I'm going to share my whole screen out here. If I can figure out how to do that. Share your screen. Green. You're going to see my crappy desktop. And go live. Aaron, let me know when you click on that stream thing.
As soon as she comes up, I'll get her.
He likes making fun of people who got a lot of stuff in their system tray, so be careful.
Well, I don't have sys tray stuff. I just got crap all over my desktop.
God forbid you got a Java update ready to go.
No Java. No Java.
What version of Amiga Workbench is this, Chris? This is new to me.
Do you see it?
No, we don't see
it.
it.
Yes, sir. We see. Yeah, we see the whole thing. Yes, sir.
No, don't lie.
Yeah,
to
I'm seeing
him.
it.
No one sees it.
I shared my whole screen.
Yes, he's lying. We see. Well, now we don't.
No, I don't
we
see
we
nothing.
were seeing it.
Okay.
We were seeing it.
Okay. So there's this program called the Amiga Arduino Floppy Reader, right? This device uses a TTY serial port. So what you get is, I'm watching the stream. I don't even see my desktop. That's what's weird.
I don't either. Yeah, we haven't seen it yet come up. I'm waiting for it. I'm not
We're
lying.
watching it in the privacy of Discord.
I'm seeing it here.
Let me see if
I was seeing it just fine.
I'm working on it.
Okay, I'm going to share the window. How about that? Go there.
Your Amigos 3.1.4 background, right?
Yeah, I had it.
I got it.
Now I see it.
That was weird, but I got it.
Yeah.
Roll on, brother.
Yeah, I got it.
Hang on.
You guys see it. There we go.
I see it now.
So this is a full screen window of what I was showing. So what happens is I choose the COM port of this disk, and it'll do 80 tracks or 82 high density. I have the Ghostbusters disc in off when the screen wasn't showing my desktop. I just chose my documents and hit Ghostbusters. I literally hit copy disks, and in a second, you'll hear it. I'll put you can hear the tracks on the microphone there, and you can see the upper and lower cylinders copying.
Yeah.
As long as this disk doesn't have any read errors or craziness, it should copy just fine. And it actually copies about 3% faster than an actual Amiga disk. And you'll see it rip through here in a second. You can see the cylinders moving at the bottom.
Been
when
begging
it's
for a
done,
solution like this for years.
yeah, when it's done, you actually get. I don't know if it's going to show this because I'm only sharing this floppy disk reader and writer window, but you actually get an Amiga looking window that says, "Hey, it's copied." And when this is done, you can't see that. But let me share the whole screen again.
Was
and
that
I
a
will
good sound
show
effect,
you
though?
what it says.
Was
So I'm
that
going to
the
share this again. The window's in the way, and this is what it looks like. It's just a simple window that says your disk reader has been completed successfully.
So I noticed that you had the option between SCP and ADF. I've had
Correct.
problems doing going directly to ADF with copy protection.
Some copy protected games require the SCP way versus the ADF way. So you can do ADF or SCP. SCP, of course, is the raw copy. It does okay, and you can like set all the different diagnostics on this drive. The creator Rob Smith shows how to set the drive up. I actually have a video that's on Patreon right now. It's going to be out probably tomorrow or Monday, maybe Tuesday if I don't wake up in time and get it posted. But yeah, that is pretty much that. It's a very simple program and it's great. Now here's the thing. I did previously make a disc. Well, that's a Amiga test kit. I made a disc of Dread, the new hot demo for OCS, ECS, AGA, whatever machines. And that way people could, I made the disc on my Windows machine with the ADF, and I literally eject it. I can get it out and find out what I did with it. Oh, here it is. So I made it right here, and I can literally boot this on the 1000, and I'm gonna grab you and put you on the steady stick here in a second. So sorry about the weeble wobbles here. Whenever you want to do something live, it's always a mess. Hang on. Bear with me. I got one of these little screw-in things for my camera. Now this game, as many of you have seen it, is a hit or a miss. Come on there. There we go.
Is this a 1000 stock or is this jacked?
Magic 1000. Did I put this on crooked? I put it on crooked. Well, that's what happens when you drink a lot. So I'll hold it.
It was straight to you.
See. So this is a Amiga 1000, 256 megs of RAM. Just your standard 512K chip. Yes, I didn't say 256K, 256 megs of RAM. And, it runs totally fine. I mean, I'm playing with one hand, but you can use mouse control. And if you have not checked out this game,
It looks great.
It's like, now how they did it is, I'm going to zoom in on the monitor. You might see some refresh rate. I mean, we're this side. Okay. As you get close to a wall, you're going to notice it's lines because of the how the planar works with the Amiga versus the chunky mode stuff of a Windows machine. So there's many different things that do it. Also, real quick, Edwin, we wish you the best, brother. So this here, I got to get this tag on camera. I apologize for having it crooked because I took it out of the daggone tripod thing here.
Now we all feel like we've been drinking as much as you've been drinking, Chris.
It's virtual reality.
I have one left. This is a Commodore gold rim shot glass. We pour this one out for, who was it, Doug?
Jay Miner, Dale Luck, Jim Butterfield.
Not the dude
Dave
from
Needle.
it's got to be a Commodore dude for
Mehdi Ali.
For Mehdi Ali's death, 1992.
Yeah, one could only dream.
Yeah, dude, this is like number 6.
There you go. Take it to the house. There it is. I love it. The beer chaser. What a man.
So those, real quick, those boards, are they actively selling them? Is that a thing that like we could get them from PCB and make them our own, or what? What?
Well, the trick is that Rob is doing the little code for them. You need the little TTL programmer that you put into your serial port. It's got the pinouts on it. They come pre-programmed from him, so they're super simple to put in. It's $25. It's just the shipping that ate me for breakfast.
Yeah.
You go on his website, you can either buy a completed drive like this for I think it was $50, or the board was $25, and I spent like $12 shipped for this drive, so it works out the same. Excuse me, I just got burned on the shipping to get it here because the UK is trying to make up for Brexit with their their stuff. So, which leads me to my next thing. As you know, I held the Pi Amiga art contest like Doug's doing his.
Yeah.
I talked with Doug before we did all this, so I didn't step on toes of submissions for this. I did a boot screen competition for Pi Amiga a while back, and I basically have it so. Oh, I'm jumping all over the place. Drink too much. These work natively on Pi Amiga 2.0 or any emulator such as WinUAE, the new update, or Amaberry, or yeah, that's about it. And you can use this drive natively on the Pis, so you can use read and write disks just like you would on a real Amiga. So what I can do is plug this in. I'm gonna get my controller out of here, and I want to. You guys will be happy, Aaron, with my next thing here. So I'll take the Secret of Monkey Island Disc 1. Now I have to configure it because I turned it off because I wasn't going to do Pi Amiga. POW. Now, not every single game works. Rob is working on the firmware that will allow high density disks also to be booted, but for now, it's mainly for reading and writing Workbench disks. There is a game compatibility list on his Discord. Like I said, once I release my video, I'll link all that stuff in the description below. And I know that do you know
if that compatibility list is due to like the copy protection? So if you had like a cracked copy of that game on the floppy?
I don't really know. I mean, I haven't
All right, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you, man. Sorry, brother.
No, that's okay. I don't really know on that much. We can try it because I have 2 legit discs here, and I have.
I don't have many legit
backups. Look,
I have archival copies.
Dave, you crooked bum.
Dave, it has nothing to do with copy protection. It actually has to do with the timing more than anything.
So what you can do on your new display, I don't know how close you can see this. I'm just going to bring you on in here.
Looks beautiful.
Okay. So here's my Pi Amiga 2.0. What you would do is you go into your expansions and you say, I have a disk controller. You can use the Grease Weasel or the Arduino-based draw bridge from Rob. You choose enable. Now here's the timing thing that you guys were talking about. You can replace DFO fast, or you can do like more compatible. Depending on the game, you can have better luck with whatever you're, getting into. So I'll do that. I'll say save for now, and I'll probably forget I did it. And I'll launch Amiga. I'll put this. I don't know what this is. It's like cheddar, the X cider. I don't know. You can get
Dexter.
the
Dexter.
Cheddar, like the cheese. I love cheese.
Sucks is what it is. Let's see. Hold on. Didn't pop up. So I'll hold this up so we can see if it loads. Did I plug it in? I don't think it's stuck. Hold on. That's how it goes when you're trying to display your new stuff live.
Yeah, I'm dreading me.
That's part of the fun.
The crash and burn demo. That's what I'm planning. Go ahead.
Well, come on. It doesn't like a stupid Exciter disc. I'll put the Secret of Monkey Island disc 1 in. Let's see what happens.
Awesome game. Great selection. Great choice.
It's like 12 discs long or something.
Was that one of the splash screens that won? Is that a splash screen that won? Those look fantastic. Look at those.
75 in here. So there's a lot of them on here. Whoops. Forget where everything's at. Here we go. So you can have like there's tons of different boot screens. They're all randomized. They all have a different sound. I use the Commodore Amiga Say program to make all the boot sounds, like, shall we play a game? You want a beer? Or I can turn the volume up and reboot, and we'll see what happens, because apparently my disk configuration is not listening to me, so I will not do it.
I might have missed this, but when it starts up, it asks you if you want a beer.
Yeah, here, let me do it.
That's all you need, Dave.
Well, it's randomized. Watch, I'll crank the volume up. It might be too loud. Let's see.
Let's listen to some music box.
So that's less. This is the music
Nice.
box. And then here's another one. It reboots so fast.
North Command.
Oh,
That
yeah.
sounds like
Nice. Yeah.
Battlestar Galactica.
Hell yeah.
I want the beer one.
Can you replace beer with donut?
Whoops. That's an
Otis likes donuts.
Open the Amiga doors now.
So there's little tidbits that I made. The timing's been fixed. There was a lot of issues and work went into with the developer Midwin, who makes the emulator for this, and Amaberry and a few others, to incorporate the Rob Smith stuff, to incorporate the timing fixes for demos. So now any WHD load game you run automatically turns off JIT, sets what's called a fine-grained CPU speed to allow the ARM processor to still run at full speed, but turn off the JIT timing so the compatibility is much better. And we've also done the same thing for the WHD load, what I quoted as iDemo in Amiga 1.5. Is there anybody? I'm not watching the chat room. Is there anybody in the chat room that would like to see an example of a certain demo? Let me touch that thing, and I can get into our own video here. Welcome to the chat room. Okay, now I can see what the heck's going on. So let's just say, I don't know, I'm going to load up the WHD load demos. Now, I'll have a lot of EXE-based demos, which are the 060s, like Loonies or Spaceballs or whatever. Keep laughing, Edvin. Edvin. Okay. Let's see.
He's riveted.
Pixel Smack wants Pong. Come on, really? I don't have a Pong demo. You're just being a smart butt.
State of the art. That's Explorer.
Okay.
Jesus was a demo maker.
The art was a problem for Amiga. Not alone the screen stretching, which has now been fixed. All of the screens are in a standard PAL of 640 by 512, 50 hertz. Timing's at 50 hertz, regardless if you're in the United States of America, where Jesus lives, or in the United Kingdom. So here's state of the art. We all know what it looks like. It's WHD load, so it's instantaneous. The hand, if your JIT enabled, your hand gets all goofy and it's all timing related. Jesus was a demo maker. Okay. I'll do Jesus. Yeah, I think Jesus on Ease is one of them too. But we all know this demo. I had it running earlier. You have all the, I'm going to F10 this. We have all of the demos fixed. Let's see. Jesus was a demo maker. All right, as requested. You see how fast these load? This is running over 1,000 MIPS. So it's pretty much, the resolution's been fixed. You will have some border, but that's just to keep it in 4x3.
I think that one normally requires an 060, doesn't it? That looks nice.
And this is running at 2,100 megahertz. So just a little bit faster than your Amiga 600.
Yeah, that's.
And you can see the resolution is the correct aspect, even though this is on a 24-inch widescreen monitor. It has been, I have the border all around it. It is in, I'll show you right now. Where's display at? 640 by 512. We took off the auto height, so you can resume, pause it, resume, reset. Now, Aaron, here's something you're going to like. I'm going to quit this. Let's see, what is it? F10? I don't know. There we go. You guys, a lot on your streams, I noticed that you play with the Mister.
Oh yeah.
So you'll know this right away. Now all I did was hit F12 and double click on a configuration. So you're gonna know what that is, right?
Yeah. The front end.
So you guys, I have all of the same stuff as the Mister on here with the same games. So you can go in here. I can say I want to go C, and I want to play Cannon Fodder. I don't know. Cannon Fodder. And she'll play. Same thing. WHD load, press Delta quit.
That's sort of like your front end, isn't it, Dave?
Love this game.
Yeah, this is nice.
See the whole screen. NTSC, I played this as a youth, and it was always cut off on the bottom.
Yeah, me too. I hated that.
So that's fine. And it will reset back to the Mega AGS. If you don't like Mega AGS and you want the 4,000 games that Amiga gives you, I have a WHD load menu system, which is another JIT friendly text-based menu. So if I wanted Cannon Fodder, I could just scroll to it or whatever I want to play. These are all the 4,000 games that come with Amiga. They've all been fixed. All of the latest Zeb WHD packs have been applied from 2021. I actually just released another one I have to do, and we're going to put Blood, the new retro game that has been ported to the Amiga, on here if I can get it sorted and figured out. But here's all the thousands of games and the many versions that they come with. What the hell is Bubbles and Squeak? Isn't that like leftovers in the UK? So
pretty much.
Here's another one. So F10 to quit. It follows the same timing as there's the same game on the other menu.
Nice.
And when you're done, you just press the game and you want to go back to Amiga, you just boot it, and in a couple seconds you're back up to the JIT enabled 64-bit version of Amiga. So the operating underneath has been updated. It's running on a 64-bit Debian core. It has a 64-bit emulator compile. Now, of course, the Amiga OS is still a 16-bit operating system. It is what it is. So it is 5, 6 years old now. Gosh, I'm getting old. And that's that. For those of you who have played with Amiga 1.5, Amiga 2.0 is not meant to supersede the MF edition that I put the TOSEC pack on in any way, shape, or form. What it's designed to do is fix all the issues that people had problems with, mainly timing, sound issues, compatibility, video playing. So, for example, like the videos were off a little bit. If you want to play any new videos, you can play all sorts of stuff, and it's in perfect time. My daughter made me put this on. It was her favorite song. So all those work. We fixed the MP3 audio, so it's nice and loud. Some of my songs from my youth, not revealing my age. So, but that's pretty much it. This is coming Christmas. We're in our final beta. All of the winners of the pies have been packed up. I gotta ship them. I had to go buy a scale to weigh my and I figured I way, the package is on that too, and that yeah, I don't do weed. But anyway, so that's what I got, and my tour of junk I had running earlier. Everything's running from the 4000 to us over there to the Amithlon to the 3 to us here. There's a Talrise 1200 down there somewhere. Yep, and then me, Omnibot, Amiga, my printer, and the fan. Oh yeah, Doug, you asked me the other day how I got my 1000 to print. That was with this thing.
Oh boy.
So I had to pin together 2 female to females, and because the 1000 has a pin that goes to ground that is normally 5 bolts, that's bad for CIA chips. So I made a video on it. It's in the edit queue, and that is all I have.
That's
for Amiga.
dedication right
I need
there.
to make one of those.
Guys for watching that, and that's all I got. So if you're interested in the Rob Smith thing, it's robsmithdev.co.uk. He lists his sites and all of his prices and his ordering on there. There is also a new thing that you can get off eBooger called the Grease Weasel, which is a similar product, but it doesn't have the PC program that runs like ADFs back and forth. It's more of a use this with your emulator type of thing. This has native Windows support. If you don't have any Amiga disks and you got a hold of some floppies, either high density or whatever, cover the hole up, make them doubles, and you could write actual disks besides your Gotex. And if you needed a disk, like your Amiga 500 you bought off eBooger didn't have a disk and you needed to make one, you can do that now. So let's say $45, and that's what I got. So.
That's dandy. And we live in a glorious golden age, my friends.
Corona's helped out a lot in the Amiga world. I'm sorry to say, lockdowns suck and all the issues suck, and I feel sorry for all the people that have issues with it. But it really has helped the Amiga community over the
yeah. We've had a lot of time to mess around and mess about. That's good stuff, man. That Pi Amiga stuff, that little what's that? What's the name of that little keyboard with the Pi in it? The Pi 400 or whatever. That thing's a real boon to people. Love that thing.
Yeah, in Pi Amiga 2.0, we put the OS4 version of NetSurf, which gives you the CSS enabled browser, so you can do HTML5 and all the style sheets, so I can browse modern sites. The only problem with it is a little slower in rendering. Like there's Amiga.org, and like we also put like the newer version of Aweb because it's a little faster. So it loads Aminet, and I can run Eyebrows, which sometimes crashes the thing. I put the demo on there of that, and you can go to like let's see, Amiga.org, and it still loads 24-bit color, full PNGs. You can even browse Facebook and YouTube on this sucker, so it runs okay. But like I said, it is emulation, so remember that it's not meant to be the perfect Amiga, but it's meant to be the perfect Amiga for $100. So
yeah, what a deal, eh? Beautiful.
Great to have something if you want to play. You just want to fire up a game. You don't feel like busting out your A3000 or hooking up all this crap and stuff. I do it because I'm crazy and I enjoy it greatly. And many others do too. But a lot of people can't find an Amiga anywhere for a reasonable price, and emulation is your only option. And if you can, hey, I don't care if you emulate as long as you're running Amiga OS and you're enjoying it. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, very good. Very
Can't
good.
find Amigas because you buy them all right from Honduras, Chris.
Sorry.
It's not like you don't have a truckload over there, Doug.
Sorry, not sorry.
And also David Z in here's got a truckload of them. So no, I don't want to hear that.
Yeah, between the three of us, we've cornered the market.
Sleeping Beauty there's got a bunch too. So it's not like they're hard to find because there's no one buying them. Let's put it that way. Listen, before we move on, Graham had a question he wanted to address real quick. Go ahead, Graham. Let's put you on.
Am I on?
You were.
On now. Sorry, I am. I was busy writing notes about what I wanted to say. Making use of this. So while I was giving my talk, I was asked a question about AFL football and what it is that it's all about, and can I explain the game a little bit more? And I noticed Nick's rejoined, so he can probably correct me if I make some mistakes here. So initially it was a game that started in the state of Victoria, and it was invented to keep cricket players fit during the winter months instead of shooting them, I guess. So there were 8 clubs that started the game in the Melbourne Victorian region, but there's now only 6 clubs left. I think some of the others have moved into other states. So there's only Melbourne, Carlton, Essendon, Geelong, Collingwood, and St Kilda left that are founding clubs in the VFL that are still active in the AFL. And a club that's moved on is there used to be a club in suburban Melbourne called Fitzroy, and they moved up to Brisbane, which is my home city where I was born in Queensland. And now they're called the Brisbane Lions. So some of the founding clubs unfortunately don't exist anymore, but you know, that's what happens with these games. Unfortunately, you see it in all sports, I guess. There's 18 players on each side at one time. They all obviously wear their uniforms without sleeves, but sometimes you see them wearing sleeves on really cold days. You may notice that they're a bit shiny. That's because sometimes they put like baby oil on their arms so that they're harder to tackle. The main objective of the game is to kick the football through the middle set of the goalposts. So there's 4 goalposts. There's a far left and a far right, and then there's 2 in the middle, and they're taller than the ones on the sides. And if you kick the ball through the middle 2, you're awarded 6 points. But if you kick it through the ones on the side, so in between one of the main goalposts and one of what we call the boundary goalposts, that's worth 1 point. And they call that a behind. So that's the scoring system. So 6 points for a goal, 1 point for a behind. Players can only kick the ball, or they can do what's called a hand pass, which is basically a punching motion. So there's no throwing allowed. And basically you have to hold the ball in one hand and sort of fist it with the other hand. And that's the only way you can pass the ball. The game has 4 quarters, usually 20 minutes each. Sometimes they'll have overtime if it's a draw and it's a very important game, like a grand final. I think sometimes they might have overtime, but generally they will call it a draw if the scores are tied at the end of the 4th quarter. At any time, there's 5 umpires on the ground. So you have 2 running around on the outside. They're called boundary umpires, and then you have 1 at each end, and then there's a central umpire as well. There's also 2 goal umpires that wave flags, and they are the people that indicate to the main umpire whether it was a goal or whether it was a behind. So that's what they do. If a player catches a ball mid-flight, it's called a mark, but it can only be called a mark if the ball has travelled at least 15 meters/yards. When it's called a mark by the umpire, the player then gets an unopposed kick. So everyone has to stand back, and there's one guy that will stand in front and put his arms up as an indication of where he marked the ball. Or she, because ladies play this game. I shouldn't keep saying he. The umpire can sometimes blow the whistle, even though it was a mark, if the umpire believes that the player is wasting time. Just, hurry on, and then he calls play on, which he does with a hand signal that looks like a wave. Players can tackle the player with the ball as well. So if you're running along with the ball or trying to hand pass the ball or trying to kick the ball, you can be tackled in the motion of doing these things. It's actually quite a rough game if you really watch it. They're quite a physical game. There's no padding, no helmets, so it's can be a bit of a blood sport at times if someone has a head clash or gets a knee to the nether regions or whatever you want to say. And some people from Ireland might have seen a game that's kind of similar, where they have the Gaelic football, where they kick the ball through the looks like the rugby goalposts with the soccer net at the bottom, and they kick the ball through the top. It's kind of close to this game. So there's I believe there's a bit of a debate as to who invented the game first, if the Victorian version was a copy of the Irish version or vice versa, because they all roughly started around the same time. So, yeah, I hope that's an explanation that helps out. I think Super Tech Boy was who asked me the question.
We used to watch that all the time over here. Back in the
Right,
day, they would
okay.
show it on real late at night on like sports channels. And I got into it, man, because it's a violent sport. They get those big scrums, and they all get in that big huddle, and there's lots of death dealt. But my favorite bit was when a guy scored the 6-pointer, the two refs would come up and give it one of these. They'd be like, I always liked that. They were just these two stoic dudes. It was a great game, man. I really enjoyed it. We don't get it over here much anymore, but there was a time where like you could catch a game or a match or two every once in a while, and it was a lot of fun. I always got a big kick out of it. I'm glad to hear this. They're still doing it. I didn't, again, I've never seen a game over here played of that with those rules. So pretty cool. Good stuff, man.
Yeah.
Thanks for explaining that out to us, because I didn't know the
that's
rules
fine,
either.
that's fine.
Now, speaking of violent blood sports, let's talk to L. Curtis Boyle, who's up in Canada. Because
hockey?
Yeah, well, close enough, Curtis. What do you got for us tonight,
Are
Mr.
the
Boyle?
results of my crash and burn demo here? It could be that too. I'm not sure.
There you go.
First of all, I'd like to thank Nick Marentes for coming back here to ridicule me after he did his demo on the Trash Talkers. So.
There you go.
Also, there was a couple things I wanted to mention too. Grant Leedy, one of our streaming hosts on Coco Talk, and also the Tornado Chaser, he asked me earlier on after the show first started, because he was watching the live stream. He was asking, well, how often does this happen? And I said, it seems to be once every few months. And he said, you guys should go monthly. This is an awesome show.
Oh, God. I don't have the nerves for that.
So I've had a few comments from people that have been watching actually saying they really like the show, so they'd like to see it more often. So you can take here. This is the last one and shove it.
Weekly. We could do it weekly.
Shut up, David Z. No comments from you.
Okay, so there's two things I'm going to try to do here. Now, I do know from our testing before the show went officially live that, and because I'm running a pretty wacky thing here for MAME. I'm running MAME for Windows 10, running under VMware Fusion on Mac OS 10, and it seems to have issues trying to share sound between that. So we tried it, and it didn't. I don't think you guys were getting the sound. So I'm going to try to play it through the speakers and try to catch that on my mic. We'll see if that works. But the two things I wanted to demo. The first one will be Joust, and that's the transcode by Glenn Hewlett that he just completed a few weeks ago, and it's actually our featured game this upcoming week. And you can play that on any Coco 3 with 512K or a Coco 3 emulator. Even Karen Anscombe in the UK, he's got his XOR emulator, and he's actually been adding Coco 3 features, and that's one of the games he uses as a test. So you can actually play that online in the live XOR browser version, so you can actually play it right on. You don't even have to download an actual emulator. You can actually play it on the actual thing. So I will try to
might need to just make it clear that when you say play Joust, you mean play the actual Joust. Make it clear that this is the actual Joust.
Yeah, this is a transcode, so it's
not
now,
even
technically,
a
depending
transcode.
on the definition of transcode, some people think that it's only transcoding the CPU is the only part that counts. I don't fall in that camp. If you have to transcode to handle a sprite chip and a sound chip and a bunch of other things in real time, what's that?
Well, in my opinion, it's not a transcode because they're not actually transcoding the code. The code is the original 6809 code from the arcade. What they've done is they're emulating the hardware because the CoCo doesn't have all the hardware from the original arcade. So he has software which emulates the sound, emulates the sprites. So
yeah, he transcodes those chips, yeah.
So
let me tell you where you're wrong.
Is it like FPGA? Is it like FPGA?
Well, he's not really transcoding because there was no code in the first place. He's actually emulating hardware which doesn't exist.
Wait, I use the blanket term transcode because trying to explain the intricacies of which chips you're emulating causes it to be a transcode versus, you know, a port versus whatever gets too confusing. So for me, if you're running the actual original arcade code and you're emulating all the hardware chips that are in there that chip is talking to, I'll just call it a transcode. But yeah, if you want to get into semantics, it could be different.
Oh, there you go.
Continue while you're wrong.
Oh, burial.
This is just like our normal discussions on CoCo-Talk, actually.
Leg hook. Take them down.
I gotta hit a button or something. There you
go. I gotta try to find this Stevie.
Here, it's running on Amigos.
Oh, here we go. All right.
So what's showing up on the stream here? Because I can't really tell.
We've got the main window. We've got a DOS box, and then underneath that's a CoCo box.
Oh, it's got two different ones? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that's right.
That's the mess. Oh, the MAME emulator. Yeah.
Okay, so you guys can see that now?
Correct.
Uncovered by crap?
Correct.
Yeah,
clear
it looks
screen.
good. It looks fine.
So the first thing I want to do is he did this little trick. You can actually save graphical characters as part of file names. So when you do a directory of the disk, he actually has this little J for Joust.
Very clear, good.
Now, one thing he did add a few things. So he's got savable high scores, and he had to do it in a rather tricky way because, of course, the original arcade machine, it loses its power up. So he actually has instructions. When you exit the game, when you quit, it actually will leave memory alone. So the high score table will still be in RAM. And then if you run that little save basic program, as soon as it exits out to basic again, it'll actually will grab the stuff out of memory and save it. So you can actually save your high scores for between sessions, which
very
is cool.
clever. Very clever.
I think the arcade had CMOS RAM. It didn't actually lose it when you powered off.
For some of the scores, I think the daily scores were...
Yeah, the daily scores were erased, but the high scores, it kept them in CMOS memory.
Yeah,
so
in this case, he actually saves both.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the config program, you can configure it for RGB versus composite. You can save it or configure it between keyboard controls and joystick controls and how many points you need for a free life, etc. So you can customize a fair bit of the game as well, which I won't demonstrate in that here. Just wanted to mention it was there. So there's a little loader screen that actually tried to duplicate the Joust intro logo on the actual game. Now this actually is the sound samples and stuff make this too big to fit in 153K discs. You see it's loading chunk 1 of 7. So what it's actually doing is loading in compressed stuff using I can't remember, it's a kind of a zip style protocol with a very small decompressing program. It's like 200 some odd bytes. So basically what it does, he loads it in and he decompresses the sound samples, etc. So we can actually fit the whole game into 153K on the disc. We only have 35 track double density discs. So I'll just temporarily speed this up because MAME really runs floppy slowly. This actually runs faster on real hardware than MAME. And since I'm running 2 copies of MAME right now, my machine's getting a bit dogged.
It's interesting that they transcoded over Joust, considering there's a huge Joust clone controversy on the CoCo that rages all the time about which one's the best. So now we've got the definitive king has arrived.
Controversy, say it isn't so.
Oh yeah.
Look, this looks beautiful.
Oh yeah, that's just exactly like the arcade.
I'm just gonna see if this is gonna. Can you guys hear that or no?
Yes, we can hear it.
I'll aim it a bit further here. You don't have to hear me yammer.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it sounded.
Well, I mean,
stunningly
that policy
good.
sounded good.
Oh.
Oh. Ah.
Oh yeah. That looks great.
How well I'm going to do, I don't know.
How many discs did you say it takes on this thing, Curtis?
1.
This is all in one disc.
Yeah.
And this is on emulation, right? So I assume would it run this? Would it run this
It's
fast?
actually using the actual ROM code. The original Joust arcade game also had a 6 and a 9.
But would it run this fast on a CoCo, on a real CoCo?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that is impressive. It supports 2 players, Curtis?
Yeah. 2 simultaneous players, same as the arcade. It's even got that little trick where you can go between the 2 platforms and sneak between them.
Yeah.
Because it is the arcade code, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to try to get far enough to show you the troll thing, and then I'll stop this one.
Oh, you're doing fantastic. Yeah, it sounds awesome.
How does this play with the Black Beauties, Curtis? Have you tried?
I definitely prefer self-centering.
Yeah.
Pretty well goes without saying. Ah, crap.
Man, I gotta say that is ultra impressive.
Now I can't talk too much about it, but Glenn's actually well on his way on his next project.
Yeah.
It might even be out by the time we interview him next weekend.
Oh, he's gonna be on the show next weekend?
Yeah, he's our main feature interview next
beautiful. If you told me back when I was a kid that you could play something like this in the CoCo, I would have called you a liar. I swear to you, I would never have bought it.
No, we didn't either, to be honest.
And this this runs on a CoCo 3 with how much memory?
512K. There's a pterodactyl. And there I go. I'm done.
And the
even
sound,
got that thumping sound for the
that beautiful Williams pinball sound that they brought over to their arcade machines. It just sounds dandy. It's coming through great. I mean, that in itself is amazing that the CoCo could just make those noises, much less play the game.
Yeah, it's a pretty impressive port. I mean, Glenn's done another couple. He's done Space Invaders without sound, because the original Space Invaders doesn't have a real sound chip either. It's analog circuitry. And, of course, he did the Pac-Man transcode. And, of course, that was all started by Sockmaster John Kowalski, who did Donkey Kong, oh, God, what was it, 2007 or something? So it's been a while. He's the one who kind of, he did it as a project, because he was doing emulation and transcodes for some commercial, like Game Boy Color and stuff like that, commercially. And he decided, because he was a CoCo wizard too, he decided to actually try to do that in the CoCo. And when he got Donkey Kong done, I mean, that was basically a proof of concept to prove to people you can emulate some of the older arcade games on the CoCo, like literally at speed, full graphics, the whole bit. And I remember when he first posted the video for it on YouTube, some people came on and said, "This isn't real. This is MAME you're talking here. This isn't really a CoCo." And the guy said, "Well, here's the download link. Go try it." And several people had to come on and apologize afterwards because they really thought he was lying. Until they downloaded and ran it on their own CoCos, and it was like, holy cow, this is real.
Yeah, if you could have done something like this in the 80s, it would have ruled everything.
Oh, come on.
Yeah. And it's actually getting complex. We've got several other ones. There's an Asteroids transcode. Nick, you can probably help me here. There's a few others I'm probably not remembering. Apple II Load Runner's been ported over as a transcode.
Yeah.
Night Lore.
Well, Tutankhamun.
That one was never quite completed, though. Yeah,
no, that wasn't completed. No. And the new one about to come out, which you haven't told everyone yet.
I'm not supposed to yet officially, but that's still under NDA. I've actually been a beta tester on it. I will tell you, it actually is more impressive than this one.
Really? Awesome, man! I can't wait. That's very
next
impressive.
ICC.
Hey,
stay tuned.
Can you show us the save procedure on here that you were talking about?
If I can remember how. You remember what my score was to verify it?
Now, see, that's you don't have to go back. It's just that's all there is to it. No big deal.
Yeah, and then it saves it to disk, and then when you relaunch it, it'll actually keep the high scores. Now, eventually, you'll get scores that you can never beat. So it does have the option when you run the config program to erase the high scores and start fresh with the default stock one.
Very good. That is impressive. Very impressive.
So that's number one.
And now for the really impressive one.
Yeah, now Nick's lying through his teeth at this point. So. My Discord back up so I can see what the heck I'm doing here.
Yep.
Hey, you guys seeing that?
Yep, we got you.
Okay. So this is a game project I'm working on, and I'm not a games writer. I'm not like Nick. I have no real good use of drawing art or making sounds or designing gameplay or anything else. The last games I wrote were probably in the mid-'80s, which were usually like adventure games stuff. I did do some arcade-style games on the CoCo 1 and 2 back in the early 80s, but nothing like what Nick did, and I didn't learn machine language till way, way later. So one of the things we've been doing with the Nitrous 9 projects, we've been trying to speed up the graphics engine, to be a bit better than the original one was, and I've kind of demoed that before. So I decided to actually put my money where my mouth is and say, could I write a game that isn't too bad speed-wise in BASIC, as opposed to having to go to machine language and seeing how much the operating system is sped up. So the game is called Liberation. It's still in its fairly early stages. I actually had a big scare last night because my SD card actually failed, and I hadn't backed it up since July 2nd, I think it was.
Oh,
so a couple of the some of the patches and stuff. I haven't had that too much time to work on it lately because I've actually had some work, like real paying work and stuff in. So I hadn't done too much, but I had done some things, fixed some bugs, and I quickly was scrambling last night till about 1 this morning and got most of them fixed so I can demo it again. Now, it definitely runs better on a 609. It really runs fast on a Gimme X. I'm not going to show any of that. This is running under stock 609 emulation. So this is the slowest it'll run. I have also not packed it yet. So Basic 09 is a language. It's not quite compiled, but it's semi-compiled. And I'm not running it fully compiled at this point. Like if I wanted to list the source code, you could actually see it. And in fact, when I release the game, I will be releasing it with the source code so people can see some of the tips and tricks that I've done to get some certain effects with text and stuff that you don't normally see in a basic program. So I will run it here. And another game that might. Now I will mention the sounds I have in here now are just more placeholders. I might keep a couple of them, but they're basically just the built-in sound command from OS9, which is single voice, kind of warbly sounding. I plan on having a little machine language machine. The only part of this game is going to be machine language at all, and I'm going to release this as a general utility where you can take very small WAV samples. And actually, it'll key up, like if you send a list of like 5 small samples, it'll be basically short things like a gunshot or whatever. And the plan is that this will be a generic utility people can use. So they can just create, small WAV samples for certain sound effects for a game. They'll call this program. The program will read in however many samples you want to send it. Say I've got 6 different sounds for my game. And then it'll assign each one a number. And then it'll go to sleep in the background as a secondary task. Because, of course, this is a multitasking operating system. And it'll go to sleep until the game program you're writing or running calls it, and it'll say, play sound 4. And it'll wake up, play sound 4, put itself back to sleep. So it takes no CPU time from the game while it's playing. It's not slowing down the graphics or the AI or anything else. And it'll just use a very brief, basically stop dead to play the sounds. We don't have a real sound chip. But it will allow you to have digitized sound effects in a basic game fairly easily without you having to do too much work. None of that's in here yet. This is just the standard placeholder stuff. So. Now I mentioned this is my test version. So normally when you run the game, GP is get put buffers. That's the graphic little block shapes that you use to draw. And I have it as bypassing. If I'm running this over and over again because I'm doing testing, I don't want to have to reload all the shapes every time. So it's going to do a kind of a faster load where it's skipping the loading of the shapes. It still has to load the level data, what the shape definition numbers are, what their capabilities are, etc. So that will still happen. But normally when you get the actual game, they won't see this part at all. And it also won't shift that way over there. But basically that's asking you to press the joystick button. A lot of the games on the CoCo in general or under OS 9 as well, usually you hard code it for a left joystick or right joystick, and it's never the one you have plugged in at the moment.
Yeah.
So in my case, I actually have it. Just click a button. What doesn't matter if it's button 1 or button 2, which joystick. As soon as you press it, it goes, oh, that's the joystick you want. That's what the game's going to use.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, a few games I've done that in the past, like the Pac-Man, OS 9 does that too, and that's where I kind of got the inspiration for it. So I did little text animations because normally you can't do smooth scrolling like that on the text. This is not really loading the actual graphics, so it's a bit slower on when you're doing it from the first time. And thanks to Bode and Aaron, I've actually decided to name the levels because apparently that's a popular thing to do, and I actually kind of like it myself.
That gets you over in Europe, man.
And then this is kind of just a pop-up screen that you will only see the first time you play the game. When you start the first level, it's kind of give you a bit of a background. So let me know when you're done reading it, and I'll continue.
So what if you're like me and you never pay attention to this stuff the first time you play it? Is there a way to actually go back and actually read this on purpose?
Restart the game, Dave.
Yeah, no, he just said you'll never see it again.
You're just like Boat.
No,
read
each session. You only see it once each session. So if you restart the game from scratch.
Yeah, the first time I played this game, I'm not going to read none of this stuff. And then an hour into the game, I figure I should have read that.
Well, listen. There's no peek or poke for dumb guy. You just got to go in there and figure it out, Dave. What are we doing here?
We're reading.
Then you ask Edvin for help. Oh wait, he's sleeping.
Yeah. All right, we got it. Move. Let's fire it up. Oh yes.
And for some reason, I will say here, MAME is running this a bit slower than it runs on real hardware. Like, it's not normally this slow. And like I said, if you have a 6309, it runs in native mode, so it actually runs a fair bit faster than this. But basically, there's going to be 5 or 6 levels to the game. The first level is 9 screens. Obviously, I'm not going to show all of them. And I don't have collision detection with robots going on yet, so basically, I'm going to run right through this guy. But basically, this first level here, you don't have anything to fire with. So at this point, you're just trying to gather objects and get to a place where you can actually get a gun. And basically, you'll be dodging into little cubby holes and dodging the robots. The robots right now follow dumb paths that just go left and right, so you can just do it by timing, basically.
I love the animation of the walking. It just looks, that's outstanding.
And every time you encounter an object for the first time in the current gameplay, it'll pop up a little window explaining what the object is. So there's some of your built-in directions. Now, of course, if David doesn't read it, that won't really help him. And you'll show the little key shows up in his inventory. So now I have something I can actually unlock that door with. Maybe I should have ran the 609 version here because this is definitely slower than Unreal Hardware.
He's like the bionic man running.
Yeah, there you go. He's running really fast. I had to run in slow-mo because it's like $6 million. I like that idea. Thanks. I'm going to steal that.
I'm a giver.
It also runs a little bit faster when you have less robots on the screen. I'll just play like the first 3 or 4 screens that you can see here just to kind of give you a feel for some of the stuff that happens. But there's one screen that only has 3 of them and it actually does run a little bit faster there. And I'm not quite sure why MAME is running this slow. I might have maybe get an update to MAME or something here. So that E on the flashing top there is an energy charger. I won't bother going through the whole rigmarole to get that. But basically, it's 8 charges for your gun once you get a gun. And in this particular level, there's 2 keys because there's a couple of doors. The sequence you open doors does make a difference. You can actually do a little bit better sometimes if you, say, don't get both keys on this screen here. And then you go on to the next screen and unlock something a bit more useful first and then come back. And that'll be up to the player to figure that out. You also notice on the bottom of this level, it's pitch black. I don't have walls there. And that's something the player's going to have to explore because sometimes it really is a wall. It's just off screen. You can't see it. Like in this case, it's solid wall below. It gives me a bit more opportunity to make a slightly bigger maze. But in other cases, you actually can go up to a different screen or down to a different screen. So the player will have to explore that. Here's where you're starting to see some new shapes coming up. So this discolored wall here is a destroyable wall. So once you get a gun and actually get the gun firing, it'll actually destroy that wall, but it takes up a shot because your gun comes with so many charges, and every E energy charge gives you 8 shots. So you have to kind of use them carefully for both destroying your opponents and for destroying destructible walls, etc. So I could go in here and grab the gun. It'll pick it up, but it won't do anything with it. So I'm just going to skip that. There's a little boulder on the left you see there. the gray one. So that's a pushable boulder. So that one you have to push out of the way, but you have to make sure you don't block the passage, block yourself, because you can't pull it. You can only push it. So you have to go from the right direction, etc., to do it. So this one we encounter, basically the way this first level is set up, the bottom 3 screens, because it's a 3x3 grid, the bottom 3 screens, the robots only go left to right. So they're pretty easy to dodge. And here you're starting to get your first vertical ones going as well. So the next three up going across, the robots can be going either up, down, or left, right. And then on the top 3, the robots will actually start firing themselves. So it'll get a little bit more difficult as you go. And then the second level, which is I'm planning on being either 15 or 12 screens in different configurations. I haven't quite figured out that yet. Then they're going to be firing from the get-go and going in all 4 directions.
When do you get the gun?
Well, I could have gotten it already, so I just didn't bother because I'm not going to show. Like I haven't got everything fully going at this point. Then the gun doesn't fire yet. You can pick it up. You can pick up the energy charges, and it puts it in your inventory. That's all it does.
This reminds me so much, and I've told you this before. There was a game on the television. I think it was called Night Stalker. This is like the next generation of that, because it with the robots and the maze and getting the gun. That one didn't have keys and elevators. So I love what you got going here because I was a big fan of that game. But of course, it's on the Intellivision, so the controls sucked. That didn't help either. So this looks great.
This is plain old joystick. It shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah.
Here's the one little hidden room that if you go up through this hole here, you'll actually get the one diamond that's just in a little tiny square by itself. But if you want to get the best points, you'll have to get it. So I just got my points up. But yeah, so that's basically the game so far. Like I said, I'll be adding other stuff. There's a level editor that comes with it. So if you want to create your own levels after you complete the ones I make, you can do that. There's some, documentation I'll have to do for that, just because of certain limitations that the engine has. But it definitely runs faster than this on a real CoCo 609, and it runs quite a bit faster on the 609.
Do you have
on the Gimme X? It runs really fast.
You have an ETA on this thing, Curtis? I know you've been working on it for a while.
Well, unfortunately, I've actually got busy with work the last 2 months, so I haven't really touched it that much, which is why I hadn't backed up the SD card before it started to fail on me and corrupted, so I had to reprogram some stuff in a hurry last night. I'm now backing it up more religiously.
Yes, good. Get into the habit, for God's sakes. I think this
the thing was, on the SD card itself, I was backing up the code because I would try to go down a certain code path, find out that didn't work, and I have to backtrack it all. So I would just, load an older copy. I was doing that religiously. I've had multiple backup copies on the SD card, but when the SD card itself is having problems, that doesn't help you very much.
Yeah.
You need like a Git repository and just push automatically up to the cloud, brother.
I like it, Dave.
Yeah, but I'm actually, most of the development in this, I'm not doing in MAME. I'm doing it on the real machine. So, it's a bit of a different animal there because I'm actually doing it on a real CoCo. I'm editing the code on the real CoCo. Like, for example, here, if I clear over here, if you want to take a look at my source code.
Get a pen.
No, yeah. Quick. Turn on the capture card.
So this is the main routine. There's actually multiple modules because of the way Basic 9 works is multiple modules. So, like, here's the actual code itself. Oh, and by the way, the game's still running while we're doing all this. But this particular chunk of code here actually has multiple functions on it too. And I just, I have some common procedures I put in the main program. The main program is going to always stay in memory. And then there's here's this library liberation status fix, so it's doing some stuff to the status bar. But basically, the way I'm going to set it up is to make this game bigger than 64K, because the 609 can only do 64K at once. Because I'm going to have a main core that controls the game in general and has functions common to all levels. And then I'm going to be loading little chunks of code for each level or set of levels, depending on how the levels get designed, where it'll like unmap it when you're done playing level 1, and it'll load it in the level 2 chunk. So it gets its own set of code. So that means the actual game itself might be, 128, 160K of actual code, but it'll all work in a 64K workspace.
Very good. It looks great, man. It looks great. I'm really having got to tour around with it. I'm really looking forward to the finished deal. I love it, man. It's a sunny future on the Tandy TRS-80 color computer. There's a lot of good stuff in the pipeline between yourself, these.
Yeah, it's not up to Nick level, but this is one thing I'm trying to encourage is people to add, like the basic programs. There's some people that basic is easy to understand, and they just never ever will get machine language. Their brain doesn't operate that way.
Yeah.
And I wanted to give them something where they could actually try to come up with some arcade games, faster than the old Disk Basic does.
Yeah.
For Microsoft.
Yeah. I think it looks dandy, man. Well done. We'll hopefully sometime if we do another one of these, by the time we do it, hopefully you'll be taking this thing to the house at that point. Should be good. Thank you, Curtis, for kicking him. Any questions for Curtis on this thing? Thank you pretty much.
I think it looks fantastic.
Yeah, it does. I think you answered all questions, my friend.
Yeah. I will say, not having written a game in 30 years, the hardest part I found so far is not the coding. The hardest part is trying to draw those damn graphics and make them look good. The first core of the engine that I got working, it didn't have all the details working yet, but basically you could walk between screens and stuff. It took me about 5 days. Drawing all those stupid tiles and stuff took me like 2.5 weeks.
Yeah.
I'm literally 4 to 6 hours a day trying to tweak it because I'm not an artist and trying to draw stuff so it looks semi-decent. Man, I envy you guys with artistic skills.
Yeah. I envy these guys too.
Like Nick.
Speaking of a true artist, listen, there's only one way to close out the International Computer Club. This man demanded that I offer him a 2-hour block here at the end of the show, and I said, "Listen, I'll give you say 20 minutes tops. I can't give you no 2 hours." He demanded it, and I'm not going to say no to him because he might 3D print himself up a gun and come get me. So there's no telling. But we're going to hand it over here. Last but not least, it's David Z. What's going on, Dave?
Hey, everybody. Hope all is well. So, yeah, I don't want to keep you guys long, and I'm not going to do a full-on presentation. What I'm going to do is cover about 5 or 10 different projects that I currently got in the queue.
10?
I kind of want to...
You got 10 projects?
Oh, yeah, you'll see. I got junk all over the place, right? So,
it.
but, most of the stuff, I work on it with other guys across the country. I got a guy in Florida. I got a guy in California. Got a guy here. So anybody who's watching this, right, if any of these projects interest you, just get a hold of me on the Discord, and we'll work something out.
You could be his guy.
Yeah, you could be a guy. So we're going to get kind of funny here, and so to make things a little bit better, I'm going to try and use my phone as a camera. So let's try some technical stuff. I'll be right back here.
Look how handsome Dave looks now that he's all clean shaven, everybody.
I just assumed it was a completely new guy.
I know. He looks 20 years younger.
Yep.
It didn't work for me.
I'm just occasionally glancing over to Edvin's window. I'm using his angle to judge what I should put in the lottery numbers.
We can hear you, Dave. We can't see nothing, but we hear you.
Okay. I'm working one at a time. How about now?
You got it. You got it.
We see you now.
Go.
Alrighty. So we got Otis guarding us. We will be safe.
Beautiful.
So one of the projects I'm working on, right, is the Pi 1541, right? They fit in here in this little case, and it looks just like a little mini 1541. I think these are fantastic.
Those look great,
right?
Yeah.
It's got all access to all the buttons, all the things, everything here. These are really fun. And along those same lines, I've been working on this to kind of complement that thing that Chris is working on, right? Imagine if this was it's kind of like a mock 1541, but this would be the drive to use for the Chris Edwards gimmick thing he was showing, right? This would read and write Amiga drives. It looked like a little 1541. I'm still working on that. I've got some problems with it fitting in there and stuff like that. See, it's all projects in the works. This is fantastic. This is a diagnostic card I got for the 64. It's got all these things light up. I wish I could do a live video of my 64 isn't in here. When you do the diagnostic as the stuff goes, it's got the diagnostic card built into here, like 5 or 6 different of them, right? It's got, I don't know if you can see that, right? But by pushing these buttons over here up and down, it determines which diagnostic card it runs and all kinds of stuff. It's really cool. I mean, it's just the standard diagnostics that's everywhere, but it lights up, man. It's got lights and it displays the volts on the top here, which is really cool. The problem is the damn lights take so much juice that the volts don't come up right. But I'm working on that. I'm working on this. So if anybody has an Amiga 500, any kind of Amiga, right, you know that there's video problems trying to get the video. Well, you think that it was the first time Commodore ever had video problems? Hell no, right? So the Commodore 128 has a fantastic 80 column mode, right? And my buddy in the Netherlands, Sven Pook, makes these adapters. Doug did a whole video on these, and these are fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
And you plug it in right here, and it's got SCART coming out, and it lets you get the both 40 column Chroma Luma, right? So it comes out as video as well as the fantastic 80 column. These are fantastic, right? Doing cases for these, all kinds of stuff. Also trying to work on straight up 4,000 and 3,000 front cover replacements.
Those look good.
The 4,000 is easier. I mean, I don't know how good the quality on the camera is coming out, but the 4,000 came out really, really good. I actually put it on my 4,000. It was fantastic. The 3,000, I had some problems. I don't know if you can see that kind of curling up. The problem with the 3,000 is the way it's got this groove in here. But again, another project I'm still working on, right? That's Floyd. That's Otis. So this thing here, right? This is the thing that killed my printer. So I worked first with one of the Pixel Guiding guys, right? He wanted one of those Mr. cases, and then I made one for Aaron, and then some guy made this this case thing. It was like 5 different, maybe 12 different pieces, right? And I started looking at the designs on it, and I said, man, I think I could print this as one piece. But I tried putting the pieces together, and I sucked at it, right? So I messaged the guy, and he was really cool, and he put them together, and he gave me the model, and I started printing it out. I got halfway through and the printer issues, and I'm still working on that, but I'm going to give that a shot again. But this thing came out fantastic. It's got spaces for everything. And when it comes up to it's going to come up probably right about here. And it's got a space for a display and everything. Again, I'm going really fast on all this nonsense. If you want more info, hit me up on the Discord. Reach out in the ICC channel on the Discord. Say, hey, David, that was a fantastic project. Let's get involved. I think this is going to be awesome. I think this is going to be really cool, especially because I'm going to have the ability to do whatever color I want, right? Red, green, blue, right? Whatever. Another project I'm working on is carts. I don't know if you can see this.
That's awesome, yeah.
This is a cartridge for the C64, and I think we all know what game it is, right? But there's
Joust. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Well, so the thing is there's other PCBs for other classic games that have the classic icons on there. There is a Joust one, and there is one for all kinds of games, right? So I'm working on those. What I'm actually working on with this other guy is, right, because these are pretty easy to put together, right? It's all through-hole components, like 4 or 5 components. What I was going to do is going to work out a deal, just order like 20 of the PCBs, order all the individual things, and kind of sell them as a kit. See how that goes. I think that might be something kind of cool. Another thing I'm working on is the whole RGB to HDMI. This is a version 3. This one is for the 2000. It's a 3-button model. I'm designing. I kind of worked out the 3D plastic faceplate, but this one's got, I don't know what the difference is. It's CLPD involved. I don't know. Fun stuff. But the thing I liked about it was I had the cable straight out here wrapped around. I don't know if you can see that coming out the back. That was fun. I've been doing a lot of. I did just get an Amiga 4000, so I wanted to go with this SCSI, right? So I've been working a lot of front plates, and I don't know if you could tell the color, right? But it's not white; it's much more like the Amiga color. These are working really fantastic. Leads me over to these, right? Chris Edwards. I sent Chris Edwards one of these. I think Doug's got one of these. These are the back plates for the 1000, and these goes really fantastic.
I think I got one of those too.
Yeah, with all the new Pi Amiga stuff, because it gives you so many ports, it's fantastic. Everybody's loving these. These are really, really good. I was really worried. I think Chris was one of the first ones to actually use them. A lot of other 3D printed stuff. Here's some of the books. Here's the Bill Hurd. I think someone was talking about the Bill Hurd book earlier.
Yes.
Back into the Storm. This is very cool. I'm actually going to send it to him. He's going to sign it. Here's one of the Bitmap books I got. This was the Commodore 64 command. This is a beautiful book. It is thick as hell. It's got beautiful pictures. It's got, I mean, this is a fantastic book. They sent me a fantastic PDF that's got, it's the actual book, right? So if I don't want to, screw up the book or whatnot, I can look at the PDF. But this is beautiful. I was really a big fan of that. And I don't know, Graham, if you showed exactly that one, but once somebody, when it was Graham or maybe Pixel, somebody talked about the site, right? And I went over there and I saw that I had to get that. Another thing I'm working on is this is actually a Gotek mount for an Amiga 500 case. I don't actually have the. If you're all familiar with the Commodore power supplies, they're 50, 60 years old, right? So a lot of them, you can take out the innards and put a Meanwell or something in there. Well, these are Meanwell mounts that will go right into the 500 case. Another thing I'm working on, if anybody's familiar, I don't know here, ROMs, right? If anybody's familiar with Amiga 3.2, they did something strange where, like, if you put in an older Amiga disk, it won't load up right because it needs like the libs library and the something library. Something with the ROMs are too small, right? So I'm working with these guys to try and make bigger ROMs so that that's in there. It's really weird and cranky, but I'm not so technical. I'm just implementation and ops. But that's going to be a real fun project because, like I said, anybody who's got 3.2, you should be experiencing that same problem. It's driving me nuts. I've been talking real fast, and unfortunately, that's about all I got.
What, that's it?
Any questions?
Only 30 things?
Well, okay, so in addition to that, I did just get a... Oh, let me switch over my audio. One sec.
Whoa. Right into the void. Whoop, then we lost him. There goes Dave. He
literally went into the void.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you. Let me see if I can get you back on track here, Dave. There you are.
Awesome.
And Frank, did you have a question? Because you look like you're about to ask something. Oh, you're muted.
Frank, he's asked the question, how do I unmute? There you go.
The winning lottery number, sorry. Curious, what problems are you having with the 3.2 ROMs?
So it's I think the problem also exists in the 3.14, right? If you try loading in older disks, because the libs library or something isn't on there, you get errors prompting you to insert a disk with the libs library.
The libs library is definitely in the ROM. I can assure
Maybe
you.
it's I don't know if that's the right technical thing. I just know I've had
right,
problems, and
if you're
dig
having
deeper.
issues, contact me on the side, and I'll try to help you because
Yeah. But it's not a problem. That, I mean, it's a known problem, right? Everyone knows about it. It's just I'll send you some screenshots and stuff.
Workbench library, and icons library. Yeah,
there you
go. Out
go.
of the ROMs, they ran out of room. They took them out of the out of the ROMs. So yeah, that's absolutely accurate. Mm-hmm.
The workbench, not the libs one. Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Details, man. I told you I'm an ops guy. But yeah, in addition to all that, I did just get an Amiga 2000, right? I want to I'm sorry, I got an Amiga 1000. I want to put the Pi Storm, not the Pi Storm, the
Buffy.
Yeah, the Pi Storm. Yeah, the Buffy. I'm still waiting on the Buffy, right? I did get on the beta list. I'm still waiting on those. Not a lot of details about when that's coming out, but the Pi Storm, I got a couple of those. I want to throw that in the 1000, so I got something. Yeah, it's not quite mature enough to be, my daily gaming machine, but it's a fun little project, and they're doing a lot of work on that. In addition, I got a 2000 I'm working on, and I just got a 4000. I'm very excited about that. It's my first 4000. I'm hunting around for a Buster 11, and I think I just found one. Doug was talking about earlier. There's different things and different compatibilities in the different busters. So yeah, lots of projects going on for Dave.
And
I'm
your
really
Mac.
excited. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, lots of 3D printing. I should have took a picture of that. Yeah, but I was working with one of the TeamSpeak regulars, and I printed out some parts, and he put them all together. It was this fantastic Mac.
Yeah.
It's about this big.
It looks awesome. Yeah.
And Dave, Buster 12 is going to be coming out probably within the next 6 months. Jens from Individual Computers and Dave Haney are working on a project to do a brand new Buster chip that fixes bugs.
We'll see if my power supply is proper.
I knew you'd say that.
I mean, yeah, that's fantastic, but until then, I just got a fast track thing because I wanted SCSI on my Zorro 3. So, the Buster 11, while it's still hard to get, it's not impossible yet. So I figured grab it now while I can.
I don't think I have a spare, but I will look and see if I have a spare.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, I can loan you one. I have one in my spare A4000 board, and you and I need to get together anyway. So
yeah,
I can loan it to you till you find a real one.
What a guy!
Well, yeah, we'll talk more. Thanks, buddy.
You betcha.
And if you guys, Dave, if you want to see the Buffy in action, come on down to the World of Retro Computing next Saturday, because I will have one there, a pre-production unit for people to play with.
Shoot some video while you're up there, Frank.
I definitely will.
It's hard for us Americans to get up into Canada these days.
It's easier than going the other way.
Well, you might be right.
Yeah, it's definitely true. But Canada is the land of the Buffy. Created here, produced here, everything here.
I'm worried if I leave the U.S., they might not let me back in.
Very good. Good stuff, Dave. I know you've always got a lot of sticks in the fire. I've seen that from talking to you. You're crazy, man. I love it, though. I don't know how you put all that stuff into one day. I'll be honest with you.
It's a long day.
I use a bunch of Dave's stuff, his 3D printed stuff in my Amigas, and every last piece is just fantastic. I'm real happy with the quality of the stuff he produces.
Oh yeah, Dave's the master. There's no doubt. Well done. Good job, Dave. I always enjoy hearing about your wacky projects. They're always interesting. Well, we've almost brought this thing in a slim trim 4 hours and 6 minutes. But before we go, there's a couple people we haven't heard from yet. I always like to go around the room here at the end of the show. And we're going to start off. We're going to roll over to Mitsuyama. He's been sitting patiently over there. What have you been up to, Mitz? You got anything cooking?
No, not really. Nothing too interesting. Just been messing about on the Mister recently. Just getting a few cores up and running. Looking at the TI-994A.
Yes.
Some good stuff on there. Some good Atari soft games on there, and the VIC-20. Following your stream the other week, I spent some time with the VIC-20, getting some stuff working on there as well, and it's an old Flack. Put some tips in the Discord channel about how to get certain ROMs working on their cartridge images on there, which helps us out a bit. So yeah, just really been digging into the Mister a bit. It really is a good little system.
Did you get those Atari ROMs to run on the VIC? Have you with what?
Yeah, just
Flack put up?
Follow Flack's instructions work perfectly.
Yeah,
I think that's one of the things with the Mister is that it's because it's proper simulation. You need to know the system that you're simulating. So when you start getting into issues with like what memory to configure and how to load the various things, with emulation, it's often the case if you've got a front end menu and you can just click on the games and it just runs straight away. With Mister, there's little hurdles and little bumps in the road that you need to get over in order to get stuff working. But a bit of perseverance and a bit of persistence, you can get there. So yeah, just looking at the really old stuff, from the early 80s and stuff that I didn't have when I was a kid and missed first time round, get an opportunity to look at it now. So yeah, really enjoying that old stuff.
Have you had good success with the TI? I have. That's one I have, because I want to do a stream on that here soon. That's on that's on the docket for the next time around. Are you getting pretty good success with the carts on that?
Yeah, everything's working pretty much straight away. I mean, I put that link in the.
I grabbed that.
Channel there. You grab that, just put that in your
Beautiful
games folder, and yeah, you just load them up. Everything works first time.
Was
Make
it
sure you turn the speech on, because obviously the speech on the TI 994A is ridiculous, but it's so fun to listen to some of those games, you know, and listen to it chirp away at you, you know. And there's some really good games on there as well. You know, the Atari Soft games on the TI 994A, really good. You know, give Donkey Kong a go. It's one of the, I think it's one of the better 8-bit ports of the game. You know, it's really good stuff.
You know, my buddy had a TI back when I was younger, and they're much like the Amiga. They kind of go out sideways. And he had one that covered like a whole table. It was so long, and it had this TI made this huge box. It was like an expansion box that went on the side of it. It's the darndest thing I ever saw. But it's a good looking machine, and I never really was that impressed with it. But when I've went back and fooled with it, I've enjoyed it a lot more. So I'm excited to get into it on the Mister.
Yeah, a mate of mine had one back in the day. I mean, when you know,
there you go, Frank.
When the 64 came out, you know, there was a bit of a price war, so the TI reduced the cost of their machines. I think he picked it up, or his parents picked it up when it dropped in price. But the problem was a lot of the games came on cartridge, and the prices of the games were really expensive. You know, back in the early 80s, especially in the UK, and I think that's what ultimately killed it, because you just couldn't compete with the cost of the games that you were getting on tape on the Woebcke and the C64, when you're getting games for, like, you know, at the most £7 or £8. You know, cartridge games cost a little bit more back in them days. So, you know, it was unfortunate it didn't stick around a bit longer, because it's quite a capable machine. And looking at some of the games that did come out on it, you know, I'm really impressed with the machine.
I didn't know TI even had a UK presence at all, or a European presence. I had no idea that he were over there. So it's kind of interesting. Good stuff. Good stuff. Well, listen, we've got one man, a happy man. Look at him smiling. Let's go to our good buddy, the magazine mogul, all around super talented, Pixels at Dawn. Pixels, what have you been up to, my friend?
The usual. We're just putting the finishing touches to issue 8 of Amiga Addict magazine. Got some interesting things coming up next issue as well, which is going to be pretty exciting. We've got to work with a few actual people who have approached us from back in the day. So that's going to be a bit of a special going on there. Other than that, in about 14 hours time, we're doing another recording of the Hitching Post podcast. So I'm over on Hitch's channel on twitch.tv/HI7CH.
Great stuff. I love that.
We're going to be having a bit of a chat about gaming in the last sort of 18 months, sort of during pandemic and all that kind of good stuff. Bit of an off the cuff one, bit of a rambling one, but we're never short on things to discuss. There's something which I'm not going to go much into about, because whether I'll actually get around to doing it is another matter. But I've been looking at some stuff on the Spectrum that if I can get it to work, that might be something for the next ICC to present about. But we'll see how that goes. It's something, nothing too spectacular, but it's something I was quite interested in.
Very good.
Other than that, I mean, I've been off work this week, which has been something at least. Yeah, it's just all magazine stuff. And also, I literally just published an article on AfricanAmiga.com while we were talking. So,
oh, beautiful! Thank God. Thanks. Yeah, it still exists and everything.
It still exists.
Hey, Pix. We had a fellow here, Pixel Smack, asked if our back issues available for the magazine. They are, right? You can get all the issues, right?
Yeah, yes. Jonah's got many boxes in his back room ready for people to buy the back issues, and yeah, quite often people that are picking up the subs are then filling the gaps with their with the back issues as well. So yeah, you can definitely get them.
Are you guys going to do the UK thing with the binding gimmick on the magazines? Like you guys, your magazines always got those.
They've got them. I got one.
Oh, you've got one.
Yeah. I would show you, but it's downstairs.
Okay.
So, but it looks like David C's got one anyway. So
I thought maybe Dave 3D printed it. Hold on, Dave. Let me see.
Might get kind of wonky, but I'm trying to flatten it out. But yeah,
there you go. Very good. Oh, that looks great. Looks great. Exactly what I was talking about. Outstanding.
Yeah,
And
we got
Pix,
that.
I have a very important question for Pixels, actually.
Yeah.
When are you going to completely take over the singing duties for the Amigos so that we aren't subjected to boat anymore?
Oh, yeah, I second that.
We've already got the next. Basically, run end to end with these things, so we're already started work on the next one. It's just everyone has to wait for me to actually have time in between writing magazine articles to actually record my bit. So, but no, thank you very much for your praise there. I do enjoy doing it, but it's just fitting it in.
You know, how is it that Boat is the guy that's in 2 separate bands on our show? How does that work? Of all people, how did he pull that off?
I can tell you that, Aaron. It works poorly.
Yeah.
If you've heard him sing.
Who you kidding? Graham's working with him in one. Hey, Pix, real quick, what have you been playing on your channel? What's the current game du jour?
We literally just finished on the last stream Tomb Raider 2. That was a long stream. I because I was off work, it's like, right, I'm going to finish this week because we've been doing it multiple weeks prior. And it was a 10-hour stream.
Oh man, yeah.
I finished it at 4 a.m. in the morning. So that was interesting.
You're a madman.
I don't know what I'm going to be playing next. I think I'm about maybe just plugging in Quake into one of the source port engines.
You're not gonna go for Tomb Raider 3? Just keep the
Or
ball
did you do?
rolling?
Did you do Tomb Raider in costume?
No, I didn't.
Oh, jeez. Holy smokes. Can you have
I don't have the
reverse
whole
viewers on the stream? Is that possible? The negatives? Thank good stuff, Pixels. I love it. Yeah, and everyone check out Amiga Addict. Great mag.
You know, I must say it's a fantastic magazine. There are some incredible articles. I'm just kind of perusing.
It smells great.
Oh yes, I know. It's that UK
I'm not going to ask
that
what
they use. Well, hey, whatever floats your boat.
Yeah.
But you know, specifically issue 4.
Yeah.
The Marcus Dyson interview was fantastic.
Look at this.
It was absolutely fantastic. It was a great read.
What a shameless plug. Holy
Get your hey. I'll take them as I get them.
Yeah, no kidding. They are great though, and also have ads. Hey, listen, we've got an ad or two in there. What can I say? They did a big full page number for Amigathon, and so hey, it worked out pretty good all around. Well,
I hear the Across the Pond series in the Amiga Addict magazine is specifically quite good, and probably is going to be award winning one of these days.
Yeah, there is an issue where we're adjacent to you, so that makes it incredible.
There's a lot of shilling going on here. Holy smokes! Good
you
God,
bet there is.
Look at this. What do you? There it is. See, what can
I
say?
There it is, right there.
That's hey. Listen, it worked out real well for those kids. By the way, Amigathon.com. You can still give if you feel like throwing a couple more bucks in. Well, gentlemen, it's been like I said, a tight 4 hours and 17 minutes. I think we covered all the bases. Hey, dude in the back, Dr. Pepper. I sure appreciate everybody coming out. Everybody in the chat. Anybody have any final thoughts before we take this thing to the house? Everybody get their plugs in. Everybody get all their stuff sorted. I think we got it done. We'd like to.
I vote go monthly.
There you
absolutely
yeah.
monthly.
I think a few of us would agree.
Are you kidding me? 4 hour podcast.
Just shut up and accept it.
Nope.
I thought we were talking about weekly. Now all of a sudden we're stretching it to monthly.
It's time to end this show. I can tell you clearly they've all gone mad with power. We will catch you guys again.
I want to do one plug, if I may.
Please.
We've been lining up a ton of interviews in Coco Talk. We've done a ton the last while. We've got some pretty interesting people that did Coco games back in the 80s, and now they work in Hollywood and stuff like that. So, but we've got Glenn Hewlett on this next week, the guy that wrote the Joust transcode, and we've actually got I think 5 or 6 other interviews already lined up from between now and December. So there's a ton of good stuff coming up. So just keep your ears peeled.
There you go.
Fantastic.
That's the only show longer than this club right there.
Yeah, last week was over 6 hours.
There you go.
Still running short.
So if you're one of those guys, like Boat, if you notice Boat's not here, by the way. He one toke over the line, one beer over the line. He must have fallen over. Plus he had pie, so he had it all.
Yeah. It's past Boat's bedtime.
Oh yeah,
so
it is.
okay.
Listen, let's take this thing to the house, everybody. We appreciate everybody showing up tonight, and we're going to call it a night. Again, this was all your buddies here at the International Computer Club. Always a good time. Gentlemen, you guys put performances on that can't be surpassed, and I appreciate it. Everybody in chat, thanks again, and we will catch you guys on the flip side. Until next time, everyone, adios.
Signing out.
Now weekly. No, I'm just kidding.
No, shut up, Curtis. Good God.
See you.